Sorry, man.
We gonna take it to the street to find the police. We have open courts.
Sorry.
Can I talk to them? I ain't gonna chase him. I ain't gonna chase him.
Justice for...
Anthony don't get it, shut us down. If JoJo don't get it, shut us down. If JoJo get it, Anthony get it.
Squeeze by you real quick. Sorry, man.
Wait a minute.
Both sides
Wait a
went
minute.
together
Did you get word from command?
actually took the actual problem out. Think about that. The problem's over there. Not with these guys, not with you guys. George, divide the time. Actual problem out. Think about that.
Okay, then why did y'all come down here to take the problem out here? But the people, so the people who
And two, if we get on the same side, nothing's actually going to get better.
our interests are not
You
the
hate
same.
these people, man.
I don't hate anybody.
I hate these people.
I don't hate anybody except for racists. That's why I hate racists. Racists and
Get on the same side. everything will get back to better.
But to do that, our answers have to be the same. We are simply saying that the law is not equally applied and that we are not treated with the same respect and everything else that you are because of our skin color.
I don't know.
So again,
I don't know.
so, but we don't need people telling us that it's not real, that we're terrorists for believing that. That's where the disruption comes in. If nobody is coming to your community telling you that you're believers
On
wrong,
both sides of the coin, the government can't stop it.
yeah, our interests have to be the same. Their interest is not the same as mine. I simply want a fair opportunity, an equal opportunity in this country. You just don't want to be oppressed. We've been oppressed. The problem that you think that you're having, we have it. We actually have it.
If you join, it will make a better America.
This is not going to join us. This is not
Both
going to join
sides.
us.
What do you want us to do?
To not do this.
Stand here?
You're support. So let me let you understand what the problem is. If Kyle walks away from this, that's going to tell every white American who has a different belief than what you think we have to show up to spaces like this and to claim self-defense. I'm scared, so let me shoot people. That's going to, just like we have people who are making laws that you can drive over protesters. That's not the same interest. That's not going to bring us together. That's divisive. And as long as people are able to act in division and be protected by the law, there's going to be a problem in this country. Because black people ain't going to take that shit over. I don't care about a house. People actually died. No one died. No, I'm responding to what you
Give me a little space.
Yeah, sorry.
I was living in a city where there's a sign on building that says, please don't burn the building down on the street. That's why we do that. So wherever there's fires, wherever there's looting, wherever there's murder, I'm going to be there.
Well, y'all should have been there to shoot Kyle last week. He was murdering people.
We attacked first.
No, he didn't. He so pointed this weapon at people. So how are y'all skipping over these facts? The only way you can change this is by voting. You should not have been here. What color you are? You cannot start illegal and then become legal as you go
I
along.
don't debate. I've said my side.
this is a
If you don't
conversation.
like it, then okay. Take the conversation somewhere else.
I'll take a conversation anyway. See now.
I've said my
Now, hold on.
I'll listen to you.
Hold on. See, now you're getting slick. Yeah, you are.
Where I stand.
Now you are.
You don't like the way it is? I'm sorry.
Well, that's why we are where we are. It's up there and they stuck there, as they say. It's up there and they stuck there, as they say.
There's fires, there's rioting, there's looting.
There's no fires.
Thank you.
Nobody's gonna change this for the ones that live here. The ones that live here, that vote here, are the ones that gonna change it. The government out there, ain't no here.
And what do you think is going to happen after this verdict? You don't know right now. What do you think is potentially? It does matter. It does fucking matter. I've seen black people. This lady right here was arrested during those protests. She was not burning anything. She was not looting anything. She was armed the same way Kyle was, and she was arrested. He was there. It don't matter. He caused too. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Why is the black woman arrested and he's not? He can walk away. They can give him water and pat him on the back and tell him thank you and arrest her.
There's 3,000 people that not arrested for curfew because they couldn't get everybody.
Do you know how many cases there are people who have been arrested for curfew that say curfew here? Okay, of course you don't. Of course you don't.
I'm stating why I don't.
Of course you don't. They don't have to get about what I'm like else. Alright, well, I said what I said too. Y'all, you're free to stand here. Y'all gonna act like y'all got some fucking shit. Y'all gonna touch somebody. And that's what we're gonna draw the fucking line. I'm telling you, whatever training you think you have is not gonna help you. Unless you got an asshole, right? It's not
Your
gonna help.
vehicle.
Okay.
side, be over here.
It's not about time. It's about humanity. It's about humanity.
We're gonna take it to the street to find the police.
Someone has the right to kill people over property. That is your own business, and you have to deal with that.
What do we want? Justice. 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 No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace.
I please like the president. I will be on their ass today. We're not for none of that. We want justice. Jojo, Anthony,
Anthony and Jojo. Say their name. Anthony and Jojo. Say their name. Anthony and Jojo. Anthony and Jojo. Anthony and Jojo.
Come on, come on. 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 Come on, come on.
That's what I told you. I have no strength, sir. Because clearly you can't do it enough.
Sorry.
Anthony and Jojo.
7 shots in the back. 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 I said 7 shots in the back. 7 shots in the back. 7 shots in the back. We're gonna take it to the street to fight the police. Then we're gonna take it to the street to fight the police. Show me your community looks like. Show me what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. Show me what community sounds like. I said show me what community sounds like.
Anthony and JoJo! 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 Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Say their names.
Anthony and JoJo.
What's their name? Justice for who? Justice for who? Justice for who? Justice for who? If JoJo don't get it, until JoJo get it. If Anthony Hoover don't get it, until Anthony Hoover get it. No justice. No justice. I said no justice. I said no justice. We gonna take it to the street to find the police. Say their names. What's their names? Say their names.
Anthony and JoJo.
Say their names.
Anthony and JoJo.
If JoJo don't get it,
Shut it down.
until JoJo get it.
Shut it down.
Say their name. What's their name? Say their name. What's their name? Say their name. If JoJo don't get it, until JoJo get it, until JoJo get it. If Anthony don't get it, until Anthony get it.
Somebody needs to order a portage on.
What?
Somebody needs to order a portage on. Make a difference.
I'll say we have some granola bar. Yeah, we told there's peanut butter ones. Let me just see. Why you want to see that too?
Just want y'all to know that. I am losing my damn voice. Hey.
Put the granola bars on it.
All right, guys, we are live outside the Kenosha courthouse here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Thanks for joining us. I know we've been live off and on this morning out front of this courthouse as we are all right, we're back. Sorry, just lost some brief audio. About 45 minutes into deliberations, they broke away to talk to the judge. Don't know how to read into that, but that was reported earlier. But thank you for joining us. We will be continuing to cover this this trial throughout the day as it progresses. Hopefully, maybe by this afternoon, we'll have some type of idea of what's going on. But let me set the scene of what you're seeing right now. We've got a You know what you do? You need to run back in the car and get a damn All right, having a little bit of audio technical difficulties here. Anyway, behind me you got some protesters that have been out here for a while, voicing their opinion. All right, guys, we are live outside the courthouse here in Kenosha. I appreciate your patience as we were switching on some audio here. Welcome. We have been live outside here most of the morning, kind of monitoring the situation out here. The jurors just took an hour break from 12 to 1 here local time for a lunch break. They are now back into deliberations from what I understand. About 45 minutes into deliberations, they stopped to talk to the judge. We don't know exactly what those questions were at that point, but they are back in deliberations, and we anticipate, hopefully, some type of verdict today. How long this can go on is both of our guesses at this point, but we're glad that you're joining us. And yet another very controversial court case. As you can see back behind me there, we've got essentially two groups of people. I would say for the most part, you have a lot of people here that are calling for a guilty verdict in terms of Kyle Rittenhouse. Most of the people here have been chanting, lock him up, no justice, no peace, very similar types of chants that you heard during the George Floyd trial, even though there is not a racial aspect of this trial. There is no African American involved in this, but yet a lot of the anger here is towards, they're calling Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. They're chanting into white supremacy here in America. There's a lot of chants here about the justice system being broke and unfair, and it's a very interesting vibe here. That it seems like, and I said this offline earlier, I'm wondering if any of these people here have even watched 5 minutes of this trial to get the facts, to get the evidence that has been presented. It seems like they haven't, because I've heard a lot of misinformation come out of the groups behind me, but nevertheless, they've got their every right to voice their opinion, and that's what they're doing right now. We have seen the crowd in the last hour grow a little larger than it was this morning. It would kind of peak for a while, and then it would dissipate. This is probably the most boisterous crowd that we had. Now, we also heard earlier that some of the participants here got on the phone and said, "Hey, there's too many white people here. You need to come on down and support." Now, I don't know what that means. They have had some chants earlier that talked about having consequences to not getting a guilty verdict to Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound peaceful. And of course, we have been to many Trump rallies. We've been to a lot of political rallies. We've heard the opposition chant. We've heard both sides. This is a very angry, emotional group that's gathered. If there's anybody that's peaceful, it's been a few people that have said, "Look, let's let the wheels of justice go. Let's let the evidence go. Let's, before we jump to conclusions, let's hear all the evidence and that's been presented to the juries." And of course, you've got kind of what you've got that just walked by us here. Let's see if we can show these two guys. And so that has been one of the things that has been the topic of discussion, is what is considered self-defense, what is considered your right to defend yourself, not only, in the state of Wisconsin, but in the country. I'm just taking a listen here, let you guys dip into this. So obviously this is what it, and I will say, here we go. Oh, we got a little bit of a, this is what's been taking place this morning. You get two very heated sides that start to do the chant, start to do these rants, and that is what sparks a lot of the emotion here. And you get a little bit of a physical altercation. I will say we saw this earlier, and you might have footage on that if you watched our broadcast earlier in the day. But I will say this is probably, at this point, the most intense moment we've had between the two sides. And you have people that say Kyle Rittenhouse is a patriot. He is just, he stood his ground. He felt like he was in danger of his life and exercised his freedom to defend himself. And then you have the other side that is calling him a white supremacist. And of course, we heard that from President Biden, had even labeled Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. And this is early on, before any evidence would ever confirm that or even deny that. So that type of misinformation has, I think, poisoned many of the minds here to think that this is about white supremacy versus America. And I don't know how white supremacy makes its way into this conversation, but it has, and it's a shame that this topic is up. It should be a topic of whether or not he felt like he was in physical danger during that altercation. I know you guys have probably seen the videos of what happened that night, and thank goodness there are videos that document this. If there was no video evidence of what happened, it would just be simply an eyewitness testimony, which we all know sometimes by the court of popular opinion that Kyle Rittenhouse would be considered be found guilty in all this if it was by the court of popular opinion, because social media, our politicians, our president has labeled him as guilty in this event. But we're glad you're joining us. We want to thank our patriots, the great patriot Mike Lindell, that has really been out fighting for election integrity and actually has a special tonight on Frank's Speech at 6 o'clock Central. On Frank's Speech, Mike Lindell interviews President Trump. I encourage everyone to go to Frank's Speech at 6 o'clock Central and watch that interview. And while you're at it, go online and go to mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com, and get ahead of the holiday, get ahead of the shopping, the stress, the rush, the perhaps supply shortage, issues that we're dealing with right now. So go over to mypillow.com and put in that promo code RSBN and get up to 66% off your entire order. You're talking about the Giza sheets, the towels, the famous pillows, and of course right now I could go for some of those furry, comfortable slippers they have. So go over to mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. Put promo code RSBN checkout and get up to 66% off. And full transparency, some of those proceeds comes right back here to this network to enable us to cover events like we're covering today in Kenosha. So please support the great patriot, Mike Lindell. He's been fighting back on cancel culture since the day he met the president outside the White House. So go do your thing. Go to mypillow.com. Put that promo code in. And not only do you save, but you're helping out a patriot cause. And a reminder, Frank's Speech tonight at 6 o'clock Central. He is interviewing President Trump. You'll see a full interview right there on frankspeech.com. All right, back to the action here. We've got, like I said, both kind of sides of the spectrum here as far as opinions about this Rittenhouse trial. That has been going on for several weeks now. We've heard testimony. You've heard some of the testimony get discredited by the judge and by others of being false. We all know some of the video enhancing that the prosecution used that later was criticized for being unfair. We saw some of that. We saw the prosecutor pick up the AR-15 in the courtroom and aim it towards the jurors. In a way that was very intimidating and, in fact, very dangerous, having his finger on the trigger. You saw pictures. You saw the movie shot from with Patrick Swayze as a bouncer in the bar, and you've heard the words saying that, hey, we've all been in these scuffles. We've all been in a bar fight. I think demeaning the jurors as far as their characters, assuming that everyone there has been in a bar fight. You saw all kinds of emotions in the courtroom. Of course, we saw Kyle Rittenhouse break down at one moment, testifying, which was very highly criticized, allowing Rittenhouse to testify on his behalf. Of course, that's not required in our legal system of doing that, but he did. And of course, he broke down. They had to take a pause on his testimony, come back, and I think if he was to be reviewed by many legal experts, they would say he did an outstanding job considering being 18 years old on the stand with a list of charges that are against him. To recap, a couple of those charges got dismissed. He has now got 5 counts against him that are being deliberated right now inside the courtroom. This is what's happening outside, though. You've got several people set up, and they've got every right to do what they're doing right now, as long as it stays peaceful. And it has been relatively peaceful. We've had a couple little arguments that have gotten heated up where people get in each other's face and they scream. I don't think that accomplishes nothing. I've said if people would just have a conversation, they would probably find that we all have something in common, and that is the love for this country and the way we want to make it better. But you do have some aggregators here that are mixing it up more than others. There is a police presence here. I will say this: I don't think it's as concentrated as it should be. We know that the governor has deployed 500 National Guard, but they are about an hour and a half away from where we're at right now. So assume something horrible or violent would break out. You would have it'd be an hour and a half before they would be able to deploy those National Guards and have them in this area. So there is a police presence, but not to what I thought it would be. I thought it would be much more than that. We have a group that's got the little snare drum set up. They're beating to several chants. Killer Kyle must not go free. It's a very much against the judicial system, even though I want to ask them if they think the legal court system is corrupt in this country. Then let's just recap the George Floyd trial. Let's see if they liked the justice system then. They just don't like the justice system now. They like it when it's in their particular favor, in their opinion of what happened, but they certainly don't like it when it seems like it's going against their narrative. So you must understand that we've got the best justice system in the world. I mean, there's not another country that will allow someone to have as many rights and as many opportunities to defend themselves and are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, not a public court of opinion, not guilty by the media, but guilty by a jury of their peers. And that's what we need to have play out today, instead of jumping to conclusions that Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist, that he went out on that night with his AR-15, walked the streets of Kenosha, and wanted to shoot somebody. There's no evidence that, from what we've seen, and I've watched more of this trial than probably most of the people here, and I said this earlier, a lot of these people, I think they listen for sound bites. They see what they see on social media, they come out and they spew that. So we'll see how they react later today, if we do in fact get some type of verdict here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I also want to remind you right now, due to certain social media platforms, I encourage you to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Rumble has been a remarkable platform for us as far as video streaming. Go to Rumble, follow us, subscribe to our account there. Also go to the Apple or Android store, download our app, our RSPN app. It's totally free. Have it on the palm of your hand, and it will allow you to take this stream and other things that we do anywhere. You can have other shows like Laura Trump, Red, White, and Red, White, and Truth with Mike Crispy, also Diamond and Silk. You can take all those shows with you wherever we go. So go download our app today, RSBN, on your Apple or Android store. Now, the guy that you're looking at right now, I'd probably say he's been one of the most boisterous guys here so far today, getting in the middle. Now, he's having a conversation with the gentleman in the red hoodie, which is very much a basically lock-up Rittenhouse type of approach, and the other guy with the megaphone is more of the he's a patriot. So you've got two different ideologies right now, and this is where I think needs to happen. I think we need to have dialogue amongst each other, and we don't need to have the aggression, the violence, the very angry type of conversation. So that is what escalates into something that we don't want here today. And as we drove through Kenosha, I was kind of given a heads up yesterday that y'all would see evidence of the violence that we saw last summer, the summer of 2020, which we all know across many cities around this country, about 19 to 20 cities experienced a lot of the riots, a lot of the looting, a lot of the violence that was taking place. And that is one of the reasons why Kyle Rittenhouse came up from Illinois to this Kenosha area to protect local businesses here. And he says that he was asked to patrol the streets of the local you watch Right Side then, right?
We love you. You tell the truth.
That's why we're here, trying to get people's different opinions. I was saying earlier that I think that having an intelligent conversation about what's going on in the courthouse is really what we need to be doing, but it seems like a lot of us just want to scream, use a lot of profanity, things, a lot of emotion.
Involved right now, so a lot of people are only speaking with their emotions and yelling and screaming. They actually threatened my life over my sign because they don't agree with it. So it's more emotions than reality. So
now, when you walked up here today, did you have an idea it would be like this? And we knew that the emotions were going to be high. It's a very high-profile court case. Was this what you were expecting when you came out?
Yeah, I kind of expected them to be kind of aggressive towards me, but I didn't think they would want to threaten my actual life and tell me I'm in their crosshairs because of my sign. That's kind of a little much.
We have, there's a lot of, you got the BLM and Antifa are here. We've had BLM supporters out here, obviously, voicing their opinion. They've made this into a racial issue, which there is no racial issue in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. It's really about self-defense and your right to defend your 2A. We see that. I don't know why it's turned into that.
It's all emotions. It's all a political thing. This case should be based off the Constitution itself, and that's it. He was defending himself. And just like this is kind of a message to everybody that if he is found guilty, that we're not able to defend ourselves against the unruly mob when they come into our cities and try and destroy it.
That's kind of what my takeaway earlier about this trial was just that no matter where you live, if violence comes in your neighborhood, comes in where you live and where you work, you should have the right to protect your property and have the right to protect yourself. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse was chased by a mob of people that was screaming, get him, F him and all that stuff up. So he ran away, and it was only until he stumbled and then people then attacked him is when the shooting occurred. But you're right on that. Like, gives us our ability to protect what we have.
Yes, very much so. So if he is found guilty of it, it's kind of saying to us that we aren't able to defend ourselves in that situation. I was actually out here the first night. I got the video of Bob getting knocked out. I had a Back the Blue sign. I came around the corner and about 30 Antifa threatened to kill me and wanted to beat me up. There was another person with me, and a cop came off the thing and said, leave her alone, and they scattered. They wanted to kill me over a sign. So I can only imagine what Kyle was going through, and Kyle stood up to come protect this city. So
it's interesting. You look at the aggression of many people here. We've been to a lot of rallies, we've been to a lot of protests, a lot of demonstrations, and there's always one angry side and one side that is a little bit more comes to a sensible approach to doing this. What is some of the personal things you've heard somebody tell you? And I'll keep it clean if you could, but you've been threatened up there holding this sign.
Yes, I've been called a white supremacist. They have told me they have wanted to kill me. They want to beat me up. He's called me every racial name you can think of. Besides being a nice woman. I've been belittled, bantered. They tried to rip up my sign, as you can see, but a man stepped in between us. So, and as you can tell, the paddy wagon's out here. So if anything was to happen, they arrest everybody.
Have you always been politically involved? I mean, is this the first, maybe the first thing that really kind of woke you up to get as far as come out?
I have been politically involved for over a year now. So I'm a Will County Young Republican. I'm actually the treasurer of it. And so I actively work in Will County to get the young voters active to save.
A lot going on in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
For sure. There's a lot going on in this state. So you've been out getting people politically involved. What do you see the country right now? We're 10 months, 11 months into a Biden administration. We see the economy. We've seen the breakdown on the borders and things like that. What is your takeaway?
I think that actually Biden is kind of screwing up our country. As we've seen, the gas prices are going up. The inflation is through the roof. Home values are a crazy amount. Then it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And with all the emotions involved, it could blow up or it could end up very well. That's why I pray for today to bring closure to everybody out here.
It's interesting when you said prayer. There was a guy earlier that was across the street, then he was up at the steps behind me praying for everyone here and saying, look, why can't we all just, in the words of Rodney King, why can't we all just get along and learn to love one another? And I think at the end of the day, I think we have more in common with everyone here than our differences. But without a doubt, I think the media helps divide us, and politics helps divide us, and that is what I think is wrong with our culture today. Is we don't listen to one another and love one another like we've been told to do. Right? That's what we've been told to do.
That's the way I was raised: is to love one another, love your neighbor, and respect everybody. I wasn't taught color difference. If you go out to the bar and you're buying rounds for everybody, you don't tell somebody, I'm not going to buy a round for you because of your skin color. No, you buy it for everybody and you cheers it. It's a great time. You know what I mean? So I wasn't taught that, and so were a lot of people out here. So people calling us white supremacists to say we're racist is very stereotyping us to something that we are not.
The emotions get high, and that's what takes the best of them. But a lot of media here, what expected, someone is saying, what are they doing here?
As you can tell, they were just sitting here harassing everybody, but now that they are supposed to be doing a presser release with Rainbow Push Coalition and all these other organizations, everybody got quiet and peaceful and went behind the cameras so they can make it look like a pretty photo op.
It's really interesting that you say that, because we noticed that in Washington, D.C., that when President Trump was in office, it was a circus outside the White House. It was every activist in the world. I don't care if it's saving animals across the country, climate change, gender equality, whatever. It was a circus. But as soon as he left and Biden came in, it got quiet. They want the attention right now. This is what they know. The press conference is going on. They want the imaging to come out that this is a peaceful assembly, but yet you saw what they were saying to her earlier about that.
Right. You've seen that they made threats on my life over a sign, and now that they're trying to have a peaceful press conference, as we could say. So.
Well, we appreciate you taking time out of your schedule. I know. Do you live in the area?
No, I'm actually from the Chicagoland area. I'm from Will County area. So.
Now, a lot of people, I think, have come up from Chicago to the southern Wisconsin area, the border.
Yep, because it's still our land, it's still America. So.
We appreciate your time, and stay safe out there. And God bless you for being here. I said this earlier. I mean, it takes a lot of courage to really call this out, and I applaud you for your courage. Hey, we're going to do a quick audio swap out here in just a second. Give me about 15. Welcome back. We just did a quick audio change out. I'm going to attempt to walk over this direction. If you would, Joe, just follow me. I want to see if I can get an idea, maybe get some audio of what's being said right there. If you're just now joining us, we are live here in Kenosha, outside the courthouse, inside the courthouse, the case that everyone has been watching the last couple of weeks. the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Good, man. We're live on the air right now. If you care to say have a few.
Screaming fit over there.
Yeah. Well, I was going to see. Let's come on down this way as we get things situated. I was just talking to a young lady about the situation here and the heated emotions that we've seen. I mean, you've got people that think Kyle Rittenhouse is a patriot for standing his ground and supporting a Second Amendment right to do so. Then you got ones that think he's a white supremacist, that he went out on a shooting spree that night purposely. And I've also said that I don't think the majority of the people have watched 5 minutes of this trial. They're going off of their emotions right now.
And what the news media is telling them. See, you got division going on with this media thing. Everybody's got to remember, you know, what is it, like 5 corporations own over 90% of our media? I mean, that's not a free media. That's a controlled media, and I think we're getting a lot of propaganda. You know, and what about these cities that just let this stuff happen? I mean, if they did their job and secured everything like they were supposed to, none of this would have happened.
What do you think about the police presence here today? There is a presence here, no doubt. But I personally thought it would be much heavier today. And of course, those
look
fight.
at the turnout, though. There's not that many people here compared to last year. I mean, look at last year. You had people that had righteous anger over a man that got killed. We all saw what happened on the video. Okay, emotions were high, and everybody went out. And a lot of people, they had good intentions, but there were a lot of people in the crowd, mostly at night, that came down in the midst of those crowds of people that had good intentions, and they started burning stuff down, agitating other people. And the cities, and look, it happened in Minneapolis. I watched it down in Chicago. I'm from Illinois. You know, I was down there May 30th and watched buildings being burned. I saw looting going on. Everybody was stuffing their trunks full of stuff. And where were the cops? They were standing 15 feet away, just talking and laughing. That's the city telling them to stand down. Why are our cities telling everybody to stand down? Think about that.
Because the citizens, absolutely, if you own a business in this area, the citizens want.
Businesses got burned. What was the agenda? You know, what was the agenda with all this going on? You know, and that's the same time as everybody's claiming there's a pandemic, but they're spiking the death numbers on that.
That's a whole other conversation there.
You know what? I know you don't like to talk about this stuff.
And you know why, right?
There's a lot of people out there that think like I do.
No, I know. We think like you do.
And I know you're YouTube, and you know, we love you, YouTube, okay? You got right to your opinion just like everybody else. But you guys, you know, this is America. We're supposed to be free. Yeah. What happened to that freedom? We're losing it. Yeah. And my opinion is that we've got globalist elite families out of Europe, all right, that hooked up with the communist Chinese, and they're in the process of destroying America right now as we speak. That's my opinion. You know, and I'm sure there's probably millions out there that think the same thing that I do.
Well, the Chinese is trying to make their way into this country.
Look, and you know what? Joe Biden talked to Xi last night. Did they bring that up? Was that discussed in that 3-hour meeting with his old friend? I mean, come on, folks. We're being played. We're being played by our politicians. So I got a lot of strong feelings. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we appreciate
that. How long you want to go with me, pal?
Yeah, I met you early, and you were like, right side. We love you. Well,
I've been to places. I've seen a lot of this stuff. You know, I went to a Bilderberg meeting in Chantilly, Virginia, in 2017, and I saw that stuff going down myself. You know, and some in our government are down there with these globalists, and they're talking about what they're going to do with America. Okay, everybody needs to see this for what it is. All this here is a distraction. This is to divide America. You know what? Look back in history. History always repeats itself. Okay, look back at what happened to Russia 100-something years ago with the Bolshevik Revolution. We're doing it again, folks. They got the same playbook over and over and over. That's it.
That's it. I love that. Hey, well, stay safe. I'll talk to you as we continue our coverage. Take a break. I'll take a nice little break. Thank you. Let me show you some of the imagery here as well. We've got this selfie station that's been set up. Welcome to Kenosha. Justice for Anthony and JoJo. Been set up. We saw people earlier taking some pictures in front of it. Like I said, it's all about expressing both sides of your opinion here. That's what makes this country the best country on earth, is to be able to express your feelings and your political beliefs. There's some type of press conference going on right now. I don't know if we necessarily want to drop in on this, but it is some type of press conference. The crowd has subsided quite a bit to let this go on. Let's drop in and listen for this.
The leaders of this city have come together at the right time, as others have come even today to try to provoke and sabotage peaceful protests. We are saying collectively, nationally, regionally, and locally, that kind of behavior is unacceptable. We know that the system works when we make it work.
All right.
That's why we protest, to make it work.
All right.
That's why we raise our voice, to make it work. That's why we're willing to go to jail to protest,
make it work.
to make it work.
All right.
We want the system to work. The jury are members of the community of Kenosha. They live here, they work here, they raise families here. They saw what we have seen in video that was even enhanced by the FBI, providing infrared video. We know what witnesses have said. And it's not we who are organizations and entrepreneurs and business people who have tried to drive the narrative of violence. His own defense team on yesterday said that what happened was a result of Black Lives Matter, and it was political. It was not a result of Black Lives Matter, and it was not political. It was a shooting that took the life of Anthony Huber and Joseph Rosenbaum and wounded another one who is yet still recovering. And so we stand with Locke and all of these churches and these businesses and entrepreneurs to say peace and protest in Kenosha. Let's say that together. Peace and protest.
Peace and protest.
In Kenosha.
In Kenosha.
Peace and protest.
Peace and protest.
In Kenosha.
In Kenosha.
Peace and protest.
Peace and protest.
In Kenosha.
In Kenosha.
Peace and protest.
Peace and protest.
In Kenosha.
In Kenosha.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Yet live.
Yet live.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Yet live.
Yet live.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Yet live.
Let live.
Keep hope alive.
There you go. Some dropping in on this press conference. We are live outside the Kenosha courthouse here, and very an emotional day here as the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is still underway inside. This gives you an idea what it looks like outside. It's a peaceful assembly, which is what we all want here today, is a peaceful assembly, both sharing their sides of opinion on this. And of course, we do pray for the jurors inside to come to a rational and just decision in this case. And I think that's what we all want. That's what makes this country great. Let's drop in a little bit more. Listen up.
They come with different beliefs than I have, and yet I'm still able to have the great conversations that we have. Some of us guys know the conversations in the barbershop, from sports to sometimes politics and all the current events. But we are still able to talk. So we will, the things that I do, the organizations that I work with, the agencies I work with, local business owners, everybody in Kenosha, we will continue to have those discussions that the media don't even hear about. We do sit across the table from our brothers and sisters from the left and the right and in between with different backgrounds, and we sit at those tables, but nobody knows about it. The cameras are not there. So I do want the world to know that Kenosha, we are citizens that really do come together, and we have those daring conversations. Are they enough? No, we need more. And we need to sit at the table more. But I can tell you, coming, and I'm speaking for me personally, coming from the African American community, I no longer wait to sit at the table because we built our own.
Say it.
All right, and we will invite anyone to come to the table to speak.
That's right.
All right, Tanya, I'm gonna let you start into interviewing you.
Okay, we just want to drop in on a quick press conference here. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We are live right outside the courthouse. This gives you an idea of what's happening outside the courthouse. Oop, hang on a second. There's a step there.
Yeah.
Here you go.
These are tricky steps. Tricky steps.
Yeah. Sorry. Gentleman lost his balance there.
I just wanted to come out and definitely represent the face. I just wanted to come out and represent the face of local business owners. I am a local business owner on the Harper Tax and Financial Literacy Group, and I really want to stress the importance and the beauty of this community. What I've noticed in this past year is some togetherness that is unmatched. We all have wonderful businesses. We strive to rebuild this community. This community was beautiful before everything happened, and we just want to show the world that we are Kenosha. We are strong, we are resilient, and we are going to recover. So regardless of your opinion on the issues, you can have your opinion. It's great to have your opinion, because if you didn't have an opinion, we wouldn't have this great country. That's right. So I, as a local business owner, I just urge that everybody exercise and express their opinion peacefully. That remember the children in this community that are watching us. Remember the elders in the community that are watching us. And as business owners, I feel that we have a responsibility to uphold that and run our businesses and be pillars of the community with integrity. So I don't have much more to say, but I just wish that everybody, we've had enough. Yeah. We've done enough. There has been enough. There's been enough sadness. There's been enough pain. It is time for healing. It is time for us to recover and us to rebuild and show the world that Kenosha is a beautiful place. I've been here 20 years. My kids are here. You know, I've raised a family here, growing a business here. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't have it any other way. So with that being said, I'm not going to hold the mic any longer, but I want people to realize that there is peace in our problems. Yes. So no matter what happens, no matter what the issue is, if you agree, disagree, please just do it peacefully.
Yes, we're going to grow as a city.
Thank you, Kenny.
All right, we're going to break away over here just for a few minutes, see if we can recap a lot of what has been going on today. A small group of people outside this courthouse ever since we got here this morning at around 7:30. Inside, court resumed at 9 o'clock. They took that to about 12. That's when the judge ordered it was a pre-planned lunch from 12 to 1. Jury has gotten back together to deliberate. After about 45 minutes of deliberation, they asked for the judge to come in and clarify something. Of course, we don't know what that issue was. And to my knowledge, right now, they are still in deliberation. But we wanted to give you an idea of what's going on here outside the courthouse. Now, I will say this. Earlier, it was very opinionated. It was very boisterous. You had two sides that seemed at once to just do nothing but scream at one another, accomplishing zero. What we just heard, obviously, was a message of peace and what he would like to happen, whatever the result from this case, to have a peaceful reaction to it. Local church members, I'm trying to get the rest of the people that have been assembled here because we just kind of dropped in it really quickly, but they are calling for a peaceful reaction to whatever the verdict here is. Perhaps we get that later this afternoon. So that is encouraging, but I will say this, that is the exact opposite of what we heard earlier. We did hear a lot of, you're going to hear us, I wouldn't say necessarily burn down the city, but it was very violent language that was used early, very aggressive language. I do like the language that we're hearing now, more of a peaceful approach to whatever happens, and that is the way we shall approach things as far as having a peaceful response to whatever the verdict is. But anyway, we're out here doing this. I also want to remind everybody, as we go around covering all of the different news stories in our cycle, that we do need to support one of the greatest patriots of our time, and that is Mike Lindell over at MyPillow.com. I encourage you to get ahead of the Christmas shopping season. I encourage you to avoid all the shipping delays, avoid all of the supply shortage issues, and go shop at MyPillow.com. mystore.com, mystore.com as well. Thousands of products there for you to choose from. I've said this, if you don't have an American flag in your front yard or in front of your business, go to mystore.com. You can search American flags and find one for you. Don't forget to put that promo code in there, RSPN at checkout, and you'll get up to 66% off your entire order. Mike Lindell also has a interview he did with President Trump just last week. That full interview will be on frankspeech.com tonight at 6 o'clock Central Time. So I encourage everyone to go over to Frank's Speech at 6 o'clock and watch this interview with Mike Lindell and President Trump. I have seen snippets of it on social media, and anyway, go on to frankspeech.com, 6 o'clock with Mike Lindell and President Trump. But the McCloskeys had just walked up to the courthouse here. Of course, he is running for Senate here in the state. And of course, you might know them. There was synonymous last year of basically standing ground in their own front yard as protesters walk by their house. I'll see if we can't get any kind of comment from them. Let me see if I can move away over here. Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says revolution, nothing less, and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and the movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me, anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people that wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing just crowds at the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just 1 second. Hang on just a second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. Prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. On the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, united we stand, divided we fall. And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your
We've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I blame I place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division. And there just needs to be an understanding, once again, that we're all, there's only one race, and that's the human race.
I want to get, what's your question?
What are you doing specifically as a human being and as a man to unify this nation and your community?
Okay, there's good question. What are you doing to unify this community, you personally?
What am I doing? What I just said right now. What I do is I go from place to place, from entity to entity, and I talk about our God-given rights and our God-given unity as people made in the image of the Lord, and that there is only one race, and that's the human race, and we all need to work together. That all these things. I mean, I started talking about critical race theory on the Trump campaign a year and 4 months ago, and everybody looked at me like I had two heads, and they didn't appreciate that it had insinuated itself in every aspect of our education and
the economic disparities of African Americans, to be able to talk about critical race theory and how education in schools should be given to all Americans based on how to function.
Let's narrow the question down a little bit. We're talking about the economic disparities.
No, he brought up critical race theory. He did. He did. You did, right?
No, you did. So what's your question about critical race theory?
I want to know, as a white man, do you think that it's proper, or that you have the proper education to be able to push critical race theory in educations in all American schools for the whole United States to understand? You understand and are able to explain the disparities that minorities and African Americans face, and how this world needs to change in regards to teaching critical race theory to all Americans in this nation.
All I can say very simply is the idea of curing racism by identifying people by their race and treating them differently makes absolutely no logical sense, and that's the very basis of critical race.
So I work in healthcare, and you said that critical. You're saying it like it's a sickness or a disease. It's racism or economical disparities that African Americans face, and father absence and all these things. Are these all diseases and that all just lead up to racism, and then once we're taught critical race theory, then it'll all be better?
I'm having a hard time following the logic.
Simplify the question just a little bit.
Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?
I believe that all lives matter.
Well, if all lives matter.
And I believe that the Black Lives Matter organization is a communist organization.
Why would you say it's a communist? Do I look like I'm
because
communist?
the leaders of it are avowed communists. That's why.
I am the executive director. I am executive director.
And I heard Hawk Newsom 2 days ago say that if they start policing in New York again the way they used to, there'll be riots, there'll be fire, and there'll be blood. And that's your organization.
See, that's not my organization.
That's what I want you to clarify. So you don't agree with that at all?
I disagree with it all the way. I disagree with it all. All I want to tell you is that I'm an executive. See, you're not listening. I listened to you. Did I not? Did I not? I gave you the intelligence to speak, right? I am the executive director for Black Lives Matter. I'm over 11 different chapters throughout this country. We always practice non-violent. We never been violent. I don't carry a gun. I'm not a communist. I'm not a communist. I was born on South Side of Chicago. I live here in Lake County. I never even been nowhere but to Africa one time. I've been to Mexico. So I don't know nothing about communists or nothing like that. But I know all lives do matter, but all lives can't matter until Black Lives matter.
Until this man is no longer 1/3 of a man in our
city of St. Louis,
Constitution.
where every night black lives are taken by black people, and no one seems to care about that.
Let me tell you something.
I've been in the city of St. Louis for 33 years.
And you know what? More whites kill whites than blacks kill blacks.
No.
That's the media that puts that out there.
No. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So repeat what you said. You said more black people.
Black on black crime in Chicago, and no one seems to care about that.
You know where that stems
That's called
from?
community crime.
You know where that stems from?
But if you're defining race by,
I can answer this question. Do you know where that stems from? Do you know where black on black crime stems from?
You go ahead and tell me.
So it stems from two things: father absence.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
And the lack of community leaders in the communities. So when the mayor has $62 million to give out to her city, and suburban neighborhoods have their own schools, their own churches, their own clergies in their own communities to be able to advocate for their community so that they can get the resources that they need. We have crooks. We have crooks and fake ass community leaders that the mayor gives majority of those funds to, and those funds don't reach where they're supposed to. That's why
Elect a new mayor.
Exactly.
In the city I live in, it's more than half African American. We have an African American mayor, African American prosecutor, African American president of the board of aldermen, African American police chief. Most of them are younger than me. All of them except for Lewis Reed, I think, are younger than me.
Okay. So well, that's actually a good thing, and that's what needs to change. What needs to change is that old-ass people who aren't connected with our communities anymore, and not your community too, as mine. Because
let's put an age to it, because you're a seasoned African. You're engaged.
You're about my age.
I'm 62. But don't like age discriminate.
I'm gonna say it on age because at a certain time you gotta move over and let the younger generation come in and be welcome and be welcome.
I disagree with you on that,
but be welcome to not being so old school.
Connected, right?
Connected, yes. Don't shut us out.
Probably the better word is connected.
And that's what happens. The young people get shut out that actually know what's going on in these
very stung and hurt. Well, what you did in St. Louis, that really hurt me because I come to St. Louis. Matter of fact, I've been down there and gave them the blueprint down in Ferguson, you know. But it really hurts me that you would have that much hatred. And I know some of it was just generated to you from birth. You know what I'm saying?
Because you're totally and absolutely wrong. There's absolutely no hatred involved in what I did. I had 350 to 500 people break down my gate, storm towards my house in a city that had burned, where they had shot 4 police officers, killed retired police captain David Dorn, burned, pillaged, and destroyed in my neighborhood. And when they come in, I didn't pay any attention. By the way, most of them were not black. Most of them were Caucasian. By the way, they came in storming through my gate, broke down my gate, stormed towards my house, and I was afraid for my life. I cared not what race they were. I had no hatred in my body. I have no hatred in my body now. So you are operating on false.
If you didn't have hatred in your body, why would you come out here and support Kyle Rittenhouse? Come all the way.
Because he acted in self-defense just as I did.
It was not self-defense. I was there. I was there. I met Kyle Rittenhouse on that corner on August 25th at 5 o'clock.
Did you testify?
No, I ain't got to testify.
Maybe you should have testified if you've got additional information to add.
I mean, I couldn't do nothing because when he shot him, I had left. I got tear gas.
Well,
I got but I met him at 5 o'clock that evening on that corner right over there. Yeah. He was standing there with an AR-15, and I asked him, "Are you protesting with us, or are you? What are you doing?" Because we had already got the Texas that they were out there, and he turned around and told me, "No, I'm here to protect brick and mortar." I said, "You here to check brick and mortar over human life?" A man was shot 7 times in front of his kids. In front of his children. Do you think that was right?
Maybe he shouldn't have been carrying a knife.
He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife.
You think a skateboard swung at somebody's head can cause damage?
No, not to kill him. Not to kill him.
Around with an AR-15 ain't gonna cause no damage. He killed 2 people.
And then the skateboard part came second. He killed JoJo first.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to drop in here, and can I talk to you just for a second? Because I like the questions you were asking. They're very pertinent questions, and I want to appreciate you getting involved as well. We appreciate that because I think this dialogue needs to happen. It does need to happen, regardless of what political side that you're on. If we don't talk and listen, and that's why I'm glad you stepped up, we don't make progress.
We don't. I'm from Madison. I'm from the capital. When all the I looted, I rioted, and I peacefully protested. I held thousands of people down in the Capitol and negotiated with the police department over keeping peace after the violence. So I believe that yes, sometimes violence does need to happen. It happens. And those are things you can't avoid. Just like in your homes, and as an individual, you get to a boiling point, and things that you don't want to happen sometimes happen. Not saying it's a good thing. Not saying it's a bad thing. But that just is what it is, and it happened. Yeah. But as far as the questions and the dialogue, this dialogue needs to happen with our governor. Yeah. Our governor sending the National Guard out. Our governor is shooing all these people out to shoot all these people out, but he he is the only answer. Evers and Lieutenant Governor Barnes are the only answers to come out here and actually sit with people like me and people like Kyle Rittenhouse and people who are actually out here on the ground and people who are in these communities that are living in these communities that are also out here, because it's babies out here. It's kids doing drugs in the streets. It's kids out here doing all types of things in the middle of the night, and it's not grown adults. It's these kids that get out of school between the ages of 17 and 25 that are out here at night drinking.
And you brought up a great point earlier. She said it's the breakdown of the human the family, the absence of the father, the leader in the house.
The criminal justice system and the lack of fathers that African Americans and people of color have in a home has a direct effect on how the children come out of those homes. If we look at suburban living as a goal, then we should look at that for all communities instead of creating educational pipelines to give our kids IEPs, leave them behind as we say we don't do, and then lock them up. And then expect them to get out and know how to raise families. No, that's why we have more domestic disturbances. That's why we have more violence in our cities, because we don't have the time to build families. We have people gone for 25 to 35 years that come home traumatized and that don't get proper health care, don't get proper therapy, don't have that mental support, and then turn around and yes, do things that they probably normally wouldn't do, like rioting, looting, destroying their communities, and so on and so forth. So if we want to talk about the millions of dollars that are put into this city, we got to think about the mistakes that we've made and how to fix those mistakes financially.
I bet there's no one watching us right now that does not agree with you. I think everyone agrees with what you just said, because it all starts at home.
It does.
It all starts at home.
It starts with Biden too. Biden plays a part in this too. He took the black vote. And there's an I in president, but there's no I in Congress, and he needs Congress and the House of Representatives to be able to pass half the laws that he's passing. So Biden made a mistake, and I'm gonna say I'm not voting for Biden next year if he is running for re-election, because he made the mistake by telling me that he's got my back when he hasn't made any executive action against protecting the lives of African Americans and people of color. But the first thing he did was sign an executive action protecting the lives of Asians and Pacific Islanders that are just now starting to recognize and feel the trauma and the travesties that we felt for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
That was okay. That was post like the Asian hate. Is that what you're talking about? Is that when it was? Okay.
COVID,
okay.
Asian hate. Like COVID just came. We've had COVID in minorities and communities of color for decades, for centuries. Right. When do we focus on that?
You've got some great points, and I really appreciate you taking time with us to do this. I know it was kind of he just walked up, and I was in the middle of doing a commercial, basically, and he walked up, and I was like, wait a minute, we got to have a few minutes with that guy. And you got what you have. You saw what happened. I mean, people they got questions. They want answers to how you're going to fix the divide that we have in this country and our community. That's all it is. Let me ask you a question. What do you think the media plays in a part of all of this?
Well, to be honest, in Wisconsin, the media played a part in the rioting and the looting. They turned their cameras away. They protected some people. A lot of people in the media stand as allies in the middle of the night, and then when people are gone, they turn around and they tape it and they say, oh, look at what happened when they were right there. And you're a human being. You just say stop. You just say don't break that. You just sat there and you watched, and it's kind of antagonizing, if you ask me.
Anyway, if the media stokes this racial division, it's best because it's just always conflict. It takes our eye off really what's going on in this country.
I think what's
they
best.
want to pit you against me, right?
Right. Yeah. They want me to curse you out, and
they want me to curse you out, and we're on live television. I wouldn't do that even if we weren't on live television, but that's what they want.
I think the best way to actually get to the root of the problem and actually create an honest dialogue is to actually take in real people in these communities. The barbershop owner, the man who sits out in his food truck at night in the worst neighborhood, people like that, the officer who works for the department but also lives in the worst part of the community. Those things, the people who are actually seeing these things, because honestly all I see is higher pay. I'm a community leader, but I'm not a high paid community leader.
I can tell that you're a community leader because you're involved in the conversation and you bring it down to a level that I think everyone can understand.
But I see high level community leaders, ones who are having the big donation and fundraiser parties and things like that. I see those people out here giving opinions, but they're not even living in these communities anymore. And so how can you really have an opinion on what needs to change in the community when you're not even living in that community? You're just like Santa Claus getting money to give to people, but you don't know really who's been naughty or nice.
That's a good point. I want to leave that interview with that. Hey, Fist, God bless you. Thanks for your time. I like that. Naughty or nice? I hope I'm on the nice list. I'm not quite sure at this point. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. It gives you an idea of what is happening now. It seems like let me see, local time here. We're sitting at 2:13 local time. And I want to remind everybody to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. You can sign up for our newsletter as well. That's another great way to stay in touch with all the things that we're doing here at the network. So rsbnetwork.com. You can also go into rsbnetwork.com/donate as well and donate to some of the to go around and do some of the things that we're doing today. We talked to that gentleman earlier that's talking about this country and China, and all kinds of discussions going on right now. But please go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate and /newsletter as well. Looks like they're breaking down that table from the press conference. It seems like I said earlier, we did have some emotions are running fairly high. That has kind of gone away, and I think that's a good thing, because as we get closer to what could be a possible verdict, I want a message of peace, a message of moving forward in a peaceful way and accepting whatever verdict happens at this point. Also, I want to remind everybody to go to mypillow.com. What's going on over here? Let me see these guys on the road everywhere. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, you can go over to because that is one guy that has absolutely been such a patriot for election integrity, and that is Mike Lindell. Go to the website, mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. Put that promo code RSBN and get up to 66% off your entire order. Now, we know we have Christmas coming up. Supply chain issues will be in play. There are certain things that you're not going to be able to order and even get it all. And if you do get them, it's going to be well past the Christmas season. So I encourage everybody right now, just take 5 minutes, go over to mypillow.com, put that promo code RSBN and get up to 66% off. This is what I do. I go on the website, I fill up my shopping cart with all the things that I want. It's my dream list. Could be the robe, those towels, the Giza sheets, the flannel sheets, the slippers, the dog beds, the mattress toppers, the pillow. Load it up. Put that promo code in at that point, and you'll be able to see what your savings is after the discount is applied. So go on website, mypillow.com, put that promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll see exactly how much you can save. And I can assure you, Liz Willis and myself was at that factory and was in Minnesota just a few weeks ago. We saw exactly how they make them. You're going to get your product at your home on time, and you'll be helping out an American patriot while doing that. So mypillow.com, that's mypillow.com, promo code RSBN at checkout. Okay, the crowd has diminished some, even though it looks like now that they went across the street. I'll let Joe put this camera back on the tripod here because he's been holding it for like the last hour or so as we kind of walked around. And the McCloskeys made their way over to us, and that was quite the experience to kind of drop that in. We saw them earlier walking down the area streets around the courthouse. I didn't think they were going to walk over to us. I'm glad they did, and I'm glad that dialogue happened, because I think that is only when we really get things accomplished, when we have this open dialogue of asking people who are running for political office. Like, what do you feel about this topic? What are you going to do about that topic? And until those questions are asked and we get the answers we want, you truly know if someone's connected to their constituents in their area. Okay, I'm going to step aside. We're going to continue to monitor the situation here in Kenosha outside the courthouse. We'll bring you anything that happens outside, and then we'll also bring you what happens inside. Until a little bit later, goodbye. God bless. Hang in there, folks. We'll be right back. Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says "Revolution, nothing less," and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and you know the movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, you know, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me, anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we, listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people that wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing the just crowds at the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just 1 second. Hang on just a second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. Prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. On the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, "United we stand, divided we fall." And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your
We've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I blame my place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division. And there just needs to be an understanding, once again, that we're all...
Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that
How you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says revolution, nothing less, and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and you know their movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, you know, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me, anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we, listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people that wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing the just crowds at the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just 1 second. Hang on just a second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. Prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. On the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, united we stand, divided we fall. And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your...
We've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I blame my place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division. And there just needs to be an understanding, once again, that we're all, there's only one race, and that's the human race.
I want to get, what's your question?
What are you doing specifically as a human being and as a man to unify this nation and your community?
Okay, there's good question. What are you doing to unify this community, you personally?
What am I doing? What I've just said right now. What I do is I go from place to place, from entity to entity, and I talk about our God-given rights and our God-given unity as people made in the image of the Lord, and that there is only one race, and that's the human race, and we all need to work together. That all these things, I started talking about critical race theory on the Trump campaign a year and 4 months ago, and everybody looked at me like I had two heads, and they didn't appreciate that it had insinuated itself in every aspect of our education and
the economic disparities of African Americans, to be able to talk about critical race theory and how education in schools should be given to all Americans based on how to function.
Let's narrow the question down a little bit. We're talking about the economic disparities.
He brought up critical race theory. He did. You did, right?
No, you did. So what's your question about critical race theory?
I want to know, as a white man, do you think that it's proper, or that you have the proper education to be able to push critical race theory and educations in all American schools for the whole United States to understand? You understand and are able to explain the disparities that minorities and African Americans face, and how this world needs to change in regards to teaching critical race theory to all Americans in this nation.
All I can say very simply is the idea of curing racism by identifying people by their race and treating them differently makes absolutely no logical sense, and that's the very basis of critical race.
So I work in healthcare, and you said that critical. You're saying it like it's a sickness or a disease. It's racism or economical disparities that African Americans face, and father absence, and all these things. Are these all diseases and that all just lead up to racism, and then once we're taught critical race theory, then it'll all be better?
I'm having a hard time following the logic.
Simplify the questions a little bit.
Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?
I believe that all lives matter.
Well, if all lives matter.
And I believe that the Black Lives Matter organization is a communist organization.
Why would you say it's a communist? Do I look like I'm
Because
communist?
the leaders of it are avowed communists. That's why.
I am the executive director. I am executive director.
And I heard
Black Lives
I heard Hawk Newsom 2 days ago say that if they start policing in New York again the way they used to, there'll be riots, there'll be fire, and there'll be blood. And that's your organization.
See,
and anybody
that's
that
not my
advocates,
organization.
anybody that advocates,
That's what I want you to clarify. So you don't agree with that at all?
I disagree with it all the way. I disagree with it all. All I want to tell you is that I'm executive. See, you're not listening. I listened to you. Did I not? Did I not? I gave you the intelligence to speak, right? I am the executive director for Black Lives Matter. I'm over 11 different chapters throughout this country. We always practice non-violent. We never been violent. I don't carry a gun. I'm not a communist. I'm not a communist. I was born on South Side Chicago. I live here in Lake County. I never even been nowhere but to Africa one time. I've been to Mexico. So I don't know nothing about communists or nothing like that. But I know all lives do matter, but all lives can't matter until Black Lives matter.
Until this man is no longer 1/3 of a
I live
man
in the
in our
city of St. Louis,
Constitution.
where every night black lives are taken by black people, and no one seems to care about that.
Let me tell you something.
I've been in the city of St. Louis for 33 years.
And you know what? More whites kill whites than blacks kill blacks.
No.
That's the media that puts that out there.
No. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So repeat what you said. You said more black people.
Black on black crime in Chicago, and no one seems to care about that.
You know where that stems
That's called
from?
community crime.
You know where that stems
But if we were defining race by,
I can answer this question. Do you know where that stems from? Do you know where black on black crime stems from?
You go ahead and tell me.
So it stems from two things: father absence.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
And the lack of community leaders in the communities. So when the mayor has $62 million to give out to her city, and suburban neighborhoods have their own schools, their own churches, their own clergies, in their own communities to be able to advocate for their community so that they can get the resources that they need. We have crooks. We have crooks and fake ass community leaders that the mayor gives majority of those funds to, and those funds don't reach where they're supposed to. That's why.
Elect a new mayor.
Exactly.
In the city I live in, it's more than half African American. We have an African American mayor, African American prosecutor, African American president of the board of aldermen, African American police chief. Most of them are younger than me. All of them except for Lewis Reed, I think, are younger than me.
Okay. So
well, that's actually a good thing, and that's what needs to change. What needs to change is that old-ass people who aren't connected with our communities anymore, and not in your community too, as mine. Because
let's put an age to it, because you're a seasoned African American. You're engaged.
You look like you're about right.
I'm 62.
But don't like age just to discriminate.
I'm gonna say it on age because at a certain time you gotta move over and let the younger generation come in and be welcome and be welcome.
I disagree with you on that, but
be welcome to not being so old school.
Connected, right?
Connecting, yes. Don't shut us out. And
probably the better word is connected.
And that's what happens. The young people get shut out that actually know what's going on in these
communities. Very stung and hurt.
And
what you did
like
in St. Louis. That really hurt me because I come to St. Louis. Matter of fact, I've been down there and gave them the blueprint down in Ferguson, you know. But it really hurts me that you would have that much hatred. And I know some of it was just generated to you from birth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're totally and absolutely wrong. There's absolutely no hatred involved in what I did. I had 350 to 500 people break down my gate, storm towards my house in a city that had burned, where they had shot 4 police officers, killed retired police captain David Dorn, burned, pillaged, and destroyed in my neighborhood. And when they come in, I didn't pay any attention. By the way, most of them were not black. Most of them were Caucasian. By the way, they came in storming through my gate, broke down my gate, stormed towards my house, and I was afraid for my life. I cared not what race they were. I had no hatred in my body. I have no hatred in my body now. So you are operating on false.
If you didn't have hatred in your body, why would you come out here and support Kyle Rittenhouse? Come all the way.
Because he acted in self-defense just as I did.
It was not self-defense. I was there. I was there. I was there. I met Kyle Rittenhouse on that corner on August 25th at 5 o'clock.
Did you testify?
No, I ain't got to testify.
Maybe you should have testified if you've got additional information to add.
I mean, I couldn't do nothing because when he shot him, I had left. I got tear gas. I got but I met him at 5 o'clock that evening on that corner right over there. Yeah. He was standing there with an AR-15, and I asked him, "Are you protesting with us, or are you? What are you doing?" Because we had already got the Texas that they were out there, and he turned around and told me, "No, I'm here to protect brick and mortar." I said, "You here to check brick and mortar over human life?" A man was shot 7 times in front of his kids. In front of his children. Do you think that was right?
Maybe he shouldn't have been carrying a knife.
He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife. It was not carrying a knife.
You think a skateboard swung at somebody's head can cause damage?
No, not to kill him. Not to kill him.
Around with an AR-15 ain't gonna cause no damage. He killed 2 people.
And then the skateboard part came second. He killed JoJo first.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to drop in here, and can I talk? Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says "Revolution, nothing less," and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and the movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me, anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people that wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing just crowds at the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just 1 second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And you know, the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. You know, on the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, "United we stand, divided we fall." And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your
We've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I blame I place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division. And there just needs to be an understanding once again that we're all, you know, there's only one race, and that's the human race.
I want to get, what's your question?
What are you doing specifically as a human being and as a man to unify this nation and your community?
Okay, there's good question. What are you doing to unify this community, you personally?
What am I doing? What I've just said right now. What I do is I go from place to place, from entity to entity, and I talk about our God-given rights and our God-given unity as people made in the image of the Lord, and that there is only one race, and that's the human race, and we all need to work together. That all these things, I mean, I started talking about critical race theory on the Trump campaign a year and 4 months ago, and everybody looked at me like I had two heads, and they didn't appreciate that it had insinuated itself in every aspect of our education and
the economic disparities of African Americans, to be able to talk about critical race theory and how education in schools should be given to all Americans based on how to function.
Let's narrow the question down a little bit. We're talking about the economic disparities.
No, he brought up critical race theory. He did. You did, right?
No, you did. So what's your question about critical race theory?
I want to know, as a white man, do you think that it's proper, or that you have the proper education to be able to push critical race theory and educations in all American schools for the whole United States to understand? You understand and are able to explain the disparities that minorities and African Americans face, and how this world needs to change in regards to teaching critical race theory to all Americans in this nation.
All I can say very simply is the idea of curing racism by identifying people by their race and treating them differently makes absolutely no logical sense, and that's the very basis of critical race.
So I work in healthcare, and you said that critical. You said you're saying it like it's a sickness or a disease. It's racism or economical disparities that African Americans face, and father absence and all these things. Are these all diseases and that all just lead up to racism, and then once we're taught critical race theory, then it'll all be better?
I'm having a hard time following the logic.
Simplify the questions a little bit.
Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?
I believe that all lives matter.
Well, if all lives matter.
And I believe that the Black Lives Matter organization is a communist organization.
Why would you say it's a communist? Do I look like I'm
because
communist?
The leaders of it are avowed communists. That's why.
I am executive director. I am executive director.
And I heard Hawk Newsom 2 days ago say that if they start policing in New York again the way they used to, there'll be riots, there'll be fire, and there'll be blood. And that's your organization.
That's not my organization.
That's what I want you to clarify. So you don't agree with that at all?
I disagree with it all the way. I disagree with it all. All I want to tell you is that I'm executive. See, you're not listening. I listened to you. Did I not? Did I not? I gave you the intelligence to speak, right? I am the executive director for Black Lives Matter. I'm over 11 different chapters throughout this country. We always practice non-violence. We never been violent. I don't carry a gun. I'm not a communist. I'm not a communist. I was born on South Side of Chicago. I live here in Lake County. I never even been nowhere but to Africa one time. I've been to Mexico. So I don't know nothing about communists or nothing like that. But I know all lives do matter, but all lives can't matter until Black Lives matter.
Until this man is no longer 1/3 of a man in our
city of St. Louis,
Constitution.
where every night black lives are taken by black people, and no one seems to care about that.
Let me tell you something.
I've been in the city of St. Louis for 33 years.
And you know what? More whites kill whites than blacks kill blacks.
No.
That's the media that puts that out there.
No. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So repeat what you said. You said more black people.
Black on black crime in Chicago, and no one seems to care about that.
You know where that stems from?
That's called community crime.
You know where that stems from?
But if we're defining race by,
I can answer this question. Do you know where that stems from? Do you know where black on black crime stems from?
You go ahead and tell me.
So it stems from two things: father absence.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
And the lack of community leaders in the communities. So when the mayor has $62 million to give out to her city, and suburban neighborhoods have their own schools, their own churches, their own clergies in their own communities to be able to advocate for their community so that they can get the resources that they need. We have crooks. We have crooks and fake ass community leaders that the mayor gives majority of those funds to, and those funds don't reach where they're supposed to. That's why.
Elect a new mayor.
Exactly.
In the city I live in, it's more than half African American. We have an African American mayor, African American prosecutor, African American president of the board of aldermen, African American police chief. Most of them are younger than me. All of them except for Lewis Reed, I think, are younger than me.
Okay. So well, that's actually a good thing, and that's what needs to change. What needs to change is that old ass people who aren't connected with our communities anymore, and not your community too, as mine. Because
let's put an age to it, because you're a seasoned African. You're engaged.
Looks like you're about my age.
I'm 62. But don't like age just discriminate.
I'm gonna say it on age because at a certain time you gotta move over and let the younger generation come in and be welcome and be welcome.
I disagree with you on that,
but be welcome to not being so old school.
Connected, right?
Connected, yes. Don't shut us out.
Probably the better word to say connected.
And that's what happens. The young people get shut out that actually know what's going on in these
very stung and hurt. Well, what you did in St. Louis, that really hurt me because I come to St. Louis. Matter of fact, I've been down there and gave them the blueprint down in Ferguson, you know. But it really hurts me that you would have that much hatred. And I know some of it was just generated to you from birth. You know what I'm saying?
Because you're totally and absolutely wrong. There's absolutely no hatred involved in what I did. I had 350 to 500 people break down my gate, storm towards my house in a city that had burned, where they had shot 4 police officers, killed retired police captain David Dorn, burned, pillaged, and destroyed in my neighborhood. And when they come in, I didn't pay any attention. By the way, most of them were not black. Most of them were Caucasian. By the way, they came in storming through my gate, broke down my gate, stormed towards my house, and I was afraid for my life. I cared not what race they were. I had no hatred in my body. I have no hatred in my body now. So you are operating on false.
If you didn't have hatred in your body, why would you come out here and support Kyle Rittenhouse? Come all the way.
Because he acted in self-defense just as I did.
That was not self-defense. I was there. I was there. I met Kyle Rittenhouse on that corner on August 25th at 5 o'clock.
Did you testify?
No, I ain't got to testify.
Maybe you should have testified if you've got additional information to add.
I mean, I couldn't do nothing because when he shot him, I had left. I got tear gas. But I met him at 5 o'clock that evening on that corner right over there. Yeah. He was standing there with an AR-15, and I asked him, "Are you protesting with us, or are you? What are you doing?" Because we had already got the texts that they were out there, and he turned around and told me, "No, I'm here to protect brick and mortar." I said, "You here to protect brick and mortar over human life?" A man was shot 7 times in front of his kids. In front of his children. Do you think that was right?
Maybe he shouldn't have been carrying a knife.
He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife.
You think a skateboard swung at somebody's head can cause damage?
No, not to kill him. Not to kill him.
Around with an AR-15 ain't gonna cause no damage. Can kill 2 people.
And then the skateboard part came second. He killed JoJo first.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to drop in here, and can I talk? Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says "Revolution, nothing less," and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened?
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and the movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house the second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address.
Do you
And
understand the right?
excuse me,
nonviolent.
anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
All right, you're joining us live outside the Kenosha Courthouse, where you're seeing some of the activity out here. Of course, since about 9 a.m. this morning, jurors have been deliberating all the evidence they've heard for the last couple of weeks in terms of a final verdict. To kind of recap the day, it started on about at 9 o'clock with deliberation, that brief lunch break from 12 to 1. Now they're back in deliberation right now. They took about a 45-minute into the deliberations to get some questions answered by the judge. Obviously, at this point, we don't know what questions were asked at that point, and they continue to be in deliberation now. If you joined us about an hour ago, we had some very heated exchanges between the McCloskeys. You might know them, the famous couple that basically stood on their front lawn there in St. Louis to defend themselves, the property, from a group of mobs, a mob, I should say, that came across their neighborhood. They were out here, and we had, I think, a very somewhat engaging conversation with some activists here with them as well. So hopefully we can gather some interviews here, but really we wanted to just give you a look at what it's like outside the courthouse here. There's probably about, I don't say, 200 people probably out and around the courthouse in this area. So not a large crowd. I have seen the crowd peak at times, go up and down due to the fact that it's cold, and a lot of people have will come and go. But at this point, it might be on the larger side numbers-wise. You see a bunch of two definitive sides here. You've got a side that clearly thinks that Rittenhouse broke the law, took the lives of two people, injured others, and was acting very irresponsibly with his firearm, and should be found guilty. And then you have another side, and I gotta say, there's not a lot of people here that are for Rittenhouse and for standing your ground as far as your Second Amendment and protecting your life, imminent danger to your life. You don't see very many of those supporters out here. They're here, but way outnumbered for the people that you're looking at right now that feel like Rittenhouse acted in a very, quote, white supremacist way. And that is something that I think the public court of opinion, the social media, the mainstream media has painted Rittenhouse as a white supremacist. Even President Biden spoke early on before the case, he even labeled him a white supremacist irresponsibly. So that type of language has really affected their tone here as far as the way they view Rittenhouse. On the other hand, all the evidence that has been obtained by the prosecutors do not show any signs of ties to white supremacy, nor is there any past signs of racism on social media through his text messages or anything like that. But it's one thing that has been put out there. Now, with that notion, that is why you have so much anger in some of the protesters here, as they really feel like this is a stand against white supremacy, when I don't think that's you can't apply that to this case. There's no trace of that. There's no race angle to this case as well, but that is one thing that you see here. Now, if you caught some of the interviews we had earlier, it was really interesting because it seemed like the media, for the most part, and in the political environment that we have, you see race inserted into everything. And of course, we had the CRT conversation with one of the participants earlier, and that everything seems to be based around race. And that's one of the biggest things I think we're missing here, is it's not about race. It's about your Second Amendment right, your right to protect yourself from imminent danger. Now, we know the story that's happened. If you don't know the complete story of why we're here today, I encourage you, when this is done, to go back and look at the evidence that Rittenhouse was clearly came to this community, wanted to stand up and protect some of the businesses that had reached out to him in regards to protecting their property during the riots of the summer of 2020. That's, if you recall, about 19 to 20 cities around the country all experienced very similar situations where a lot of rallies, a lot of marches, a lot of protests were going through the community. All right, hang on a second. We've got some police making their way in here, and I want to just make sure that we're not in their way, or perhaps there's something planned that we don't know. I think maybe they're too close to the steps here, telling people they need to push back slightly. And that's one of the things I thought of when they got at the doors. Like, this is the entrance to the courthouse that we're in front of. Earlier, a lot of this action was to the right, down below, not blocking the doors to the courthouse. Maybe that's why they're here. I don't know. We'll try to find out here in just a second. But it seems like a lot of the racism angle to this has been stoked by the media, has been stoked for a political angle. And I think that we're missing that. This is all about your Second Amendment rights, your right to protect yourselves. And we've had some very, like, you're probably looking at it right now, a very heated conversation going on right now. I mean, it seems like if you don't buy into this notion that this is pure about race, this is purely about white supremacy, that you're dismissed. I'm going to walk up here and see if I can get the mic to get a better idea of what they're saying. Hang on a second.
I went to high school in Memphis. Have you ever been to school outside the city? I went to high school in Memphis, Tennessee. I don't need to go to school. You didn't learn enough for me.
Okay, just a conversation between these two individuals. And like I said, it seems like if you don't necessarily buy into this notion that this is 100% built on race, then you're on the wrong side of facts here. But I encourage people to go back and look at the video of Rittenhouse and exactly what happened that night and why he did what he did. Yeah, they're just having a conversation right now in regards to what happened. Because this is a very personal issue. And, of course, you see all kinds of people out here with agendas, a perspective on life. And I said this earlier. I'm not sure any of these people spent 20 seconds actually watching the trial and listening to the facts that were presented. I don't think they've done that. They've purely going on speculation of what they feel like happened. And that's the biggest thing here. The misinformation is probably the biggest enemy here, is misinformation. And that's exactly what we're having here. Let me step out of the way. All right. All right, still up the steps. Apparently it was okay for them to stand up there. Hey, real quickly, I want to remind everybody to support our partner in all of this, the great Mike Lindell. Let me tell you something. You talk about a patriot that has stepped up in terms of election integrity, someone that has really put himself out there. He's put his business out there, and he has absolutely done what's best for America. And that is Mike Lindell. And I encourage everyone right now to get ahead of those supply chain problems, get ahead of the shortage of items that you might traditionally want to buy somebody for Christmas, and go online to mypillow.com and mystore.com and shop away. And don't forget that magical promo code there, RSPN. Put that in at checkout and you'll get up to 66% off your entire order. And I encourage you to load that shopping cart up with stuff, even stuff that you think traditionally that you can't afford. Load it up, put the promo code in there, and you'll save up to 66% off. And of course, portion of those proceeds goes right back here to Right Side to help us do what we're doing today, covering this trial, fighting for America, fighting for freedom and liberty. That's pretty much what our network was founded on. and we want to continue that to serve the American people. So go shop away, mypillow.com, mypillow.com, promo code RSBN at checkout, get up to 66% off. Like I said earlier, the majority of people here are absolutely against Rittenhouse. They feel like a guilty verdict is the only verdict to come by, regardless of perhaps the facts in the case, regardless of what was actually presented in the case. This is a lot purely on speculation. I want to try to get up in here and see if I can get some audio of what's going on right now. I want to get a perspective on what they're talking about and perhaps how we can build dialogue here. Okay, a lot of conversation being taken place as far as getting involved in your communities and being able to understand what the people in your communities, what they want and what's important to them. And they criticize a lot of politicians for saying that they stand for certain things, but yet it's all about dialogue. It's all about communication.
All banks are corrupt.
They're having a conversation up here about the banking system. But this is what it's about. It's about creating dialogue. It's about creating conversation about things that affect all communities. And I think all voices should be held and be discussed. I think if we got to be open-minded to conversations that you might not agree with, you still have to have an open dialogue so that we can all understand exactly where someone is coming from right now. If you're just now joining us, we are live in Kenosha, Wisconsin, outside the courthouse here. And as you know, about 9 o'clock, the jury started the deliberation process. That's been going on all day. We have not had a chance to figure out exactly when we might have a verdict today. We don't know. That information has not been passed along to us. I did hear from several sources that we would get about an hour heads up before an announcement was made that they had a verdict. So hopefully maybe we'll get that today. Maybe that comes tomorrow. I don't know. Also, a lot of speculation on what will happen after this verdict is announced, if it goes one way or the other. And of course, we know what happened a lot is, dozens of cities back in summer of 2020 due to the riots. And you see some of that here in this community. Yes, you see the buildings that are still boarded up and that have never opened up again. We've seen that. We've seen buildings that have been burned to the ground that never rebuilt. We've seen all that. And of course, you combine that with COVID and some of the lockdowns and some of the destruction of local businesses. This community has been hurt from events just like this. The reaction to a verdict, one way or the other, especially if it is a guilty verdict, could be very destructive to this community. And I think that's one of the biggest concerns for people that we've talked to before, as far as what it means to this. If you live in Kenosha, in this area, Kenosha County, whether or not this impacts your community in a very negative way. And a lot of businesses have moved out. A lot of jobs have moved out. It's hurtful. So this guy thinks right here that what do we want? Systematic justice when they want it now. Now, I said this earlier. People criticize our judicial system, but I will say this. The George Floyd trial, that seemed to work. That judicial process seemed to work and get a verdict that was a lot of people thought should have happened. So it seems like to me that they want to criticize the judicial system when they feel like the facts or the outcome may not be on their side. And then they're all for the judicial system when the facts and the verdict end up on their side. So you can't criticize the judicial system and with these blanket statements when there have been numerous court cases that have gone in favor of some of these civil rights violations, and that is just a fact. So I think it's unfair to say that we have systematic injustice in our judicial system when we've seen court cases that have basically proved that the other way. Okay, earlier also encouraged everyone to go to our Rumble page, go to our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, as we will push out as much content as possible on those platforms. And also go to our apps, go to your app store on your Apple, your Android, and download our app today. It's absolutely free. It's a Right Side Broadcasting app. Put all this in the palm of your hand. You can take us anywhere that we go, you can go. And watch shows like this, programs like this, Red, White, and Truth with Mike Crispy. We got Diamond and Silk. We've got numerous shows that are on our network that you can stream from anytime. So I encourage you, that is one way to keep up with this, is go to your app store on your Apple, your Android, and download our app, RSBN, and take it with you. And also go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com, and sign up for our newsletter. We have a staff of tremendously talented writers that write about topics that are in the news today, write about topics that are important to you and me, and we push it out to you via email. We don't spam you. You won't get 3 or 4 emails a day. You're going to get, when you get an email from us, from our newsletter, it's going to be the perfect timing and on things that you care about as well. So please go sign up for our newsletter, as that is an important resource to making sure that you're caught up with all of the things that we're doing here, not only here in Kenosha, but also along the spectrum of politics, as we are the leader in all things Trump. We are the leader in all things conservatism. We will be on the steps of the Capitol, the Supreme Court, on December 1st. We will be there for the Dobbs case out of Mississippi. We'll be there for that. We'll be November 1st. We were at the steps of the Supreme Court with the Texas heartbeat bill as well. So we covered that. And we will continue to cover all things pro-life as well. Father Frank will be with us as well. Frank Pavone will be there with us on the steps of the Supreme Court. So we appreciate you tuning in for that as well. I wanted to get up to the microphone and see if I can get some conversation up there, but it seems like they're just having kind of a personal conversation. But I think the interaction and dialogue right now is really important. It's the most, I think, crucial element of all of this, is making sure that we have a clear understanding of both sides and why people are so angry here. It really is amazing how emotional these two sides are, even though I would say for the few people that are here, for Kyle Rittenhouse supporters, they're the least vocal here. Matter of fact, I'm just kind of looking over right now. I don't even see anyone that would fit that right now. I don't. A couple of those individuals have left. But the emotion, the passion to find Rittenhouse guilty is overwhelming here. That is probably 99% of the people here want a guilty verdict in this case, no doubt. Now, I've also said many of these people are very misled by the information. And this is just from talking and hearing them offline, is that they get a lot of misinformation, and that's what leads to a lot of the anger, and that's what leads to a lot of the confusion of why can't they see certain things clearly as far as the right to protect themselves. And I brought up a question earlier. I said, so if someone took a skateboard and swung it violently at your head, would you consider that a deadly weapon and a deadly object? And of course, I had a couple people say no, and which I think that's incredible as well, that people view a deadly weapon or object as being purely a gun, and when there's other things that can perhaps lead to that. So that was a conversation that needed to be had. And of course, we have a conversation in front of us. We've got the same individual that earlier had a conversation with some others or engaged. I think it's important that one of the things I'm hearing is that people who don't live in the inner city, if you don't live in the inner city, then you can't have an opinion on what's going on in our community, because the people that live in the community, basically they feel like they know better. Okay, I'm getting word that the judge has just told reporters formally that he'll be in choir with the jurors around 5 to see how long they want to continue for tonight. He says that the general policy is to defer to deliberating jurors. So they're going to check back in with them at 5 local time, and we're sitting right now at 3:55. So just over an hour, the judge will get with the deliberating jurors, check in with them to see where they're at, how much time they might need. So perhaps at 5, we'll get an indication of what will happen. Will we get a verdict tonight? We don't know that. Perhaps at 5 o'clock, we'll have that conversation, and maybe we know, because I know many of you watching us right now want to know, hey, what's the verdict? What's going on? Is it going to happen today? That's the magical question, and we just don't know that at this point, but perhaps after 5 o'clock here local time, central time, that we will know a little bit more on that. We're talking about media. We've got a lot of media here, as you can expect. From what I've been told, it has been growing throughout the week due to the nature of, we had conclusive arguments both on the prosecution and the defense. As that is built, so has the media. It's kind of hard for us right now. I don't know, Joe, do you want to see if you can pan to the right? Let's see if we can give people an idea of what we're looking at right now. We're at the top, near the top of the steps here outside the courthouse. Let's pan over to our right, and you'll get a good idea, of how much media is here right now. And you've got a lot of the mainstream media. The corporate media is back in the back across that field in those white tents that you see set up, and then you see a little bit more of the local and state type based media here, down here in front. Police presence, it is more than it was earlier. I said earlier I was surprised how few police officers were here around the courthouse, but it seems like now there is a much heavier police presence, obviously, I guess anticipating some type of verdict to be released today. So they're here. I know the governor has deployed about 500 National Guardsmen to help secure this area. From what I also understand is they're staged about an hour and a half away from where we're at right now. Relatively close, but then not close as in here in Kenosha. So if something was to happen, there was a need for them, it would take about an hour and a half before the National Guard would be able to make their way here to Kenosha. So that's the situation with police. That's the situation with media. Serious presence, as you can expect, as we talked to some people offline, and they certainly do not want any type of protest, looting, rioting. That's something that they absolutely do not encourage. They don't want that. The community leaders here have said that. We don't want that type of activity in our neighborhoods. And I had an interesting conversation with a young woman earlier about the reason why we have so much crime in the inner cities, and it was due to a couple things. One is the lack of a father in some of these homes, that these individuals grow up without a father figure in their life. They grow up getting into the wrong things in life. They get into a situation where they find themselves imprisoned. They find themselves eliminated from society for a number of years, and then try to get back into life, and they find themselves going back into crime. And therefore, young kids, are the effects of a broken home. So that is one thing that we have seen that would resonate a lot into why we have some of the problems that we have in our inner city, is because the breakdown the nucleus of the family. And that was one of the things that I wanted to ask the BLM organizer that was here. And he had a few things that I think we can agree upon, was the breakdown of the nucleus of the family. But then when we talked about being a socialist communist organization, he denounced that and said that's not what he stood for. But Hawk Newsom out of New York had some of the most hateful rhetoric towards police officers. And if you went on the BLM website, it actually says that they are, or they've taken it down, but it did say that they were against the nuclear definition of a family. So all of the language that has been pushed out on BLM does not necessarily reflect what that gentleman said earlier. And I think there is a disconnect there within the BLM organization of the messaging of what they really stand for. We can have the conversations also about the violence. The violence in the inner cities is something that is a serious concern. Like cities like Chicago, Minneapolis, New York, Philly, places like that, it's a concern that they get a hold on that, because it's like they're killing their own community. Big concern there. But at this point, it's all about the verdict, which we don't know exactly what time that will happen. Like I said, the judge is scheduled at about 5 o'clock to come out and make some sort of message to where they wanted to go. Did they want to go a little bit further in tonight, or do they want to perhaps continue this tomorrow? I know that yesterday, watching some of the closing final arguments, he put a cap at around 5 o'clock is when he was going to break in and say, okay, where do we want to go from here? Do you want to dismiss, come back tomorrow? Well, that 5 o'clock cap ended up going well over to about 6:30, 7 o'clock before they finally wrapped up yesterday's hearing. Now, we don't know how long that's going to go for today. We have no idea. But hopefully we'll know something here in about an hour. If you're wondering how to get a hold of us right now, we're trying to do as much social media as possible in this day of shadow banning. I just want to encourage everybody to follow us on Facebook, Instagram. You can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter as well. Brian Glenn TV, BrianGlenn TV. I'll be here trying to push up stuff. I got to be honest, some of the cell service here in this area is not the best. I'm really kind of quite honestly surprised that our satellite backpack is working as strongly as it is, as we had problems just pushing out a tweet earlier. So, but follow us on our social media. Make sure you stay involved in what's going on with all of us right now, as this has continued to be just another chapter in our judicial system, as far as going through the wheels of justice, making sure that if you're accused of a crime, you have due process. You have the right to a trial. You have a right to prove or have someone prove that you're guilty of a crime. We were all surprised when Kyle Rittenhouse chose to take the stand and testify himself on all of this, and that was highly criticized, being that wasn't the most popular and suggested ways of handling this case. But nevertheless, he took the trial. We all have seen the video of him breaking down in tears and trying to recap exactly what went on that night. A very difficult moment for him, but looking at a lot of legal scholars and people who follow court cases, said he did a great job as far as holding his own on that stage, where so much attention is brought on this case and so much is riding on everything that he says. As you know, every comment is highly scrutinized. We've seen the prosecutor grabbed the AR-15 and pointed at the jury, mind you, with his finger on the trigger, to basically recap exactly what Rittenhouse did that night. And that was a show of intimidation, in my opinion, to show the jurors what would you feel like if a gun was pointed at you. Now, mind you, that was done after he was chased by a group of protesters that were out that night, chased him and used language that intimidated him to the point where he fled the scene and tried to get away, and that's when he was tripped. And then once he was tripped, then we all know that's kind of when the shooting occurred, both those times, rather. The recap here, the judge has told reporters that he'll get to them at about 5 o'clock here local time and to see if they want to continue through tonight. He says the general policy is to defer to the deliberating jurors. So that was one thing that he says, that he will go ahead and let the jurors decide what they want to do. So hopefully we'll find out more at about 5 o'clock on that. But it's been a very animated trial. We've seen images of Roadhouse, the movie with Patrick Swayze. We've had the prosecutor turn to the jurors and say, hey, we've all been in those bar fights. We've all had a fist fight, insinuating that, emotions get high and we've all been in a scuffle. And I think that's very disrespectful to the jurors to assume that people during the course of their life have gotten some type of altercation in a bar. I think that's hugely disrespectful. So that's one angle of all of this. We've had the prosecutor with the gun. We've had some irresponsible language being used during this trial. We've had the judge a couple of times come out and correct the prosecutors on the language that they were using during this trial. Because mind you, the optics on all of this, and this is from the optics from day one on this trial, has been to paint him as this angry white supremacist that has went out on the town that night to cause injury to ones that were here. Now, to recap, Kyle Rittenhouse does not live in Kenosha. He lives in northern Illinois. He drove up that night, had some type of relationship with some business owners here that requested his presence to protect local businesses. That's the reason why he was there. So, that is one of the things that's the reason why he came up. Right now, you're seeing one of the organizers give a brief speech thanking protesters for coming out here on behalf of the victims. And you see a lot of the chants here about one guy is chanting, "Where is Jesse Jackson?" and all of this. But they're trying to remember the victims of the shooting. And I think it's irrelevant to go back and look at the personal history of those two victims. The fact that they were, have a history of a criminal history on both of them. I think that's irrelevant in all of this. I think that's a side note. But I think the fact that Rittenhouse was chased that night, feared for his life, and decided to use his weapon to protect himself. That's the issue at hand. It's not the criminal aspect of the two victims. I don't think that has anything to do with it. It is a side note. And yes, they both served some time criminally for, I think very heinous crimes towards people. But that is irrelevant to this case here. This is purely a Second Amendment. It's right to protect yourself. And I asked the question earlier about if someone was to swing a skateboard at your head, would that be considered a violent act? And we heard no, that was not considered a threat to a threat to your life. I completely disagree with that. I think you can take any object of weight and size and swing that violently towards somebody's head, and it can cause serious bodily harm and bodily damage. I think that's a fact. I think we can all agree with that. They don't like it because it goes against their narrative for the most part. in all of that. So you have that aspect of it. You've got a lot of, I think, pent up energy for what has happened over this last year in terms of the political aspect, in terms of the communities. A lot of these communities have not been able to rebuild since the destruction of the riots and since the COVID shut down many communities, many businesses here. And if you look at the political aspect of all of this, Wisconsin has been one of the ground zeros for the election integrity and for election laws that were violated. Racine County about 3 weeks ago had a press conference about some of the election laws that were broken. So you've got it just seems like you have a lot of energy, you have maybe a lot of anger in this state in terms of the direction that is going. And I don't know, you put all that together and perhaps you have what we have here today. But we're glad you're joining us on this very chilly, I typically like to do a little bit of a weather report during my broadcast, and we do have looks like a north wind blowing at about 8 to 10 miles an hour. The flags are out extended, but not sustained extended, but it's brisky. Temperature would be at this point probably upper 40s. Dropped last night until about 25, 26 degrees. Cold nights. Now that might be one deterrent to any type of protest that we could see after this verdict. I was told by many sources who cover these types of events that if the weather can play a big part of how many people will turn out and demonstrate at night, and with the cold temperatures here, that might be a big deterrent to that. Because if you look back in the summer of 2020, it's the summer, it's warm, it's comfortable for people to come out and engage in type of activity and just protest and let their voices be heard. But with this cold weather, don't know if that necessarily will happen. Also, I've also been told that in previous cases, the build up to a verdict has been much larger to the build up that we have here now. If I was to estimate, I'd say maybe 200 to 400 people, depending on, there's a lot of media here. There's a lot of people with the media, but if you want to talk about people that are specifically here to protest, maybe 250 to 300. Normally on a big court case, there's much more of a protesting presence here. I was told because this didn't directly affect, it wasn't a racially driven case that was highly emotional like the George Floyd case, that the sizes are smaller because it doesn't have that racial aspect to it. So with that said, it is a decent presence here tonight. It looks like there's a little bit more activity on the streets as far as traffic. It's 412 here in Kenosha. So I imagine a lot of local businesses around this area will probably be getting out, so the traffic will pick up a little bit. I'm actually kind of surprised that the road, let's see, Joe, let's see if we can show this road, how they have this street opened up. Let me see if we just pan the camera for a second. I'm really surprised, guys, they have this street. Let me show you here. I'm surprised that this road is open due to the fact that you've got a large, sizable crowd here. You've got people going back and forth to the building that's behind us. And the fact that you've got people driving by, and of course you have protesters, you have people honking the horn. In this hypersensitive area, you don't know exactly what can happen. So I really am surprised that they have not closed this road off. And I asked the police officer earlier if they had any plans on doing that, and they said at this point we don't. But if this crowd was to grow to a point where it was a danger to pedestrians crossing, then maybe they would. Also note, in the middle divider here, in this medium here, there is a train track. That is for like a it's not a cargo train, but like more of like a street train, more like a kind of a what you would see on a light dart rail in some of your cities around the country that goes around Kenosha. That runs in the center median there, and so the media is set up on this side of that. Once again, very, very odd situation that we have there. Whether or not that stops, I don't know, but it does seem kind of strange to have a train come feet by you when you're sitting in the center median. But that is the situation here, and they're playing some music here. We've got looks like the Rainbow Push Coalition is up there right now. You've got a sign that says Rittenhouse is a racist, fascist killer. Once again, and then zero evidence backing that statement up. And mind you, remember Adam Sandman from the young man with the MAGA hat that got basically blasted by the mainstream media for being a white supremacist and a racist, but he went to court, sued, won. I've seen a lot of chat on social media that when this is over, Kyle Rittenhouse could have a case about that as well, because from not just the signs here, like what their opinion is their opinion, but when the media calls it out and when the president calls it out and there's absolutely zero evidence that supports that statement, then you have a court case. And so we'll see how that plays out afterwards as well. I do want to mention that I have seen when things do escalate here, there is a police presence, and they do come up to the area where you might have a couple people getting kind of aggressive to us, but they don't really engage that much. They don't break it up. They don't get in the mix of it. Of course, we haven't seen any type of physical altercations. We haven't seen anybody being pushed or anything like that, which is very surprising because I know that moments it has got rather heated here, but you haven't seen that as of yet. So the police have let people come and they've let them voice their opinion, and I think that's important to point out that they haven't tried to suppress any of the viewpoints that we've heard here today. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We've been out here most of the day. I know that the deliberations started at 9 o'clock here local time, took a quick break for lunch, and they resumed this afternoon. The judge, we were told that the judge said that he would make a comment for 5 o'clock, stop them to see if perhaps they wanted to continue with the deliberations or if they wanted to perhaps wait until perhaps tomorrow to continue. That's completely up to the jurors, and that was the protocol. So he was going to go by the protocol of letting the jurors decide whether or not they wanted to continue all of this. This is making not only national news, it's making world news. I was on Twitter earlier, and it seems like we've got countries here from Germany. I ran into a couple individuals that I've met covering back in DC when we were around doing all the post-election coverage. I saw two individuals from a German outlet. They're here today. I saw a French outlet from France. They're here. So we've got some international media coverage here covering this story, because it seems like this goes to the very basis of your Second Amendment right. And I heard somebody tell me offline that this court case represents that if you live in your hometown and some type of violent protest comes to your hometown and marches down Main Street and threatens your business, your family, your home, that you do have the right to protect yourselves. And this court case, I think, would validate that Second Amendment right. It's about your right to protect your livelihood, your family, and if you feel like you're in any type of harm. So if Rittenhouse is found guilty, many think that will hinder or basically eliminate the possibility of someone standing their ground and protecting their home and business. And let us know in the chat. You know, one of the things that we like to do is get engaged. We've got some great people that moderate our chat rooms and all the dialogue down below. So let us know how you feel about this. Let us know if you support Rittenhouse and why you support Rittenhouse. And if you're watching us and you disagree with kind of that notion that Rittenhouse stood his ground to protect his life, let us know why. Let us know exactly why you feel that way. We've got a couple "Let's Go Brandon" homemade signs out here. I mean, there was a big flag earlier that said "Let's Go Brandon." I think that's one thing that you have to kind of like, you know, obviously you kind of knew that was going to, you figured you'd see that out here as well. Just kind of watching. Some of the crowd here has dissipated. I don't necessarily know where they went. Now, it's a big area. This city block here. There's a lot of media spread out. And like I said earlier, a lot of people get cold. There's a couple local coffee shops that you can go to to kind of warm up, or quite honestly, just sit in your car and do that. I'm going to see if I can talk to this gentleman. You want to talk to us on the air real quick? We're live on the air right now, Right Side Broadcasting. Okay, I see your sign, "Let's Go Brandon," obviously. But the other flip side of the sign, it says "Justice for Kyle."
Just hoping for justice. Judicial justice, not political justice.
Yeah, what is the overall message of this court case? Is it your right to defend yourself if you're threatened?
It is your right. Absolutely, it's your right. If you're threatened and you fear for your life, your immediate safety, then self-defense is certainly in order.
I said earlier, I think 99% of the people here right now don't feel your way. It's a very that he's. Why do you feel like that? And what is it like walking around with a "Let's Go Brandon" sign, knowing that you're in the minority out here?
Everybody's been super friendly with me. I haven't had a single confrontation or altercation. I mean, I think that everybody here really wants justice. What their version or their view of justice is may be different from one another, but we all just want justice. That's it.
I said earlier somebody was criticizing the judicial system, and I said, well, you didn't criticize it in George Floyd. In that case, you celebrated the wheels of justice. Why would they be so critical now to criticize this court case? Maybe it doesn't fit their narrative or what they believe, but justice and facts are facts.
Facts are facts. I don't have personal knowledge with the George Floyd case or what set these events in motion last year. But I think that if you listen to police and follow their commands, the chances are you're going to end up in okay shape.
Let's talk about the "Let's Go Brandon" factor of all of this. We've had, 10 months of the Biden administration. We've seen the destructive policies of what's happened to our economy, our southern border, our national security, our foreign policy. I mean, we can go on and on. Gasoline, by the way, gasoline here in this area is well over $3 like you would expect. California hit an average of $4.86 this past week in gasoline. Fuel prices are high. The economy, inflation is there. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that the current administration's not doing what's in best interest, of America at this point in time, and it's a shame. I'm an Air Force father, and my daughter proudly serves, and I personally believe that the Afghanistan pullout, our trillions of dollars of spending, the rampant inflation, the employment issues, the vaccine mandates are all negative on our current American situation and drags on the economy.
Do you live in Wisconsin or?
No, I am a fib. I'm from Illinois.
That's okay. It's okay. We've met a lot of people that's driven up from Illinois, and of course that is about 30, 45 minutes to the south of here is the border. Is that correct?
Yeah, probably about.
There's a lot of influence from Illinois coming up.
Sure, absolutely. I'm about an hour and 15 minutes away, so not far.
What's your thoughts on if this verdict if he's found not guilty? What do you think the reaction will be from the community here in Kenosha?
I hope that the reaction will be subdued, and that's all we can hope for.
Peaceful. All right, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Stay warm. Thank you very much. And that's just some of the thoughts here. Like I said, the majority of the people here feel like Rittenhouse should be found guilty on all 5 counts. He is clearly the minority opinion here at the courthouse, as you just don't see it. It's mainly a guilty feeling amongst the people here. We did talk about the economy offline to a couple people, and I had one individual that said, you know, Joe Biden wasn't best for our community, and Joe Biden has not done things that we thought he would do. And if I had to vote today, perhaps I would vote for Donald J. Trump. At least he's honest. That was a comment I got from one individual today, and I thought that was very shocking considering the narrative that's out here, and the, I guess, the political mindset of a lot of the people that are here, that perhaps Joe Biden has not done what he promised to do to the African American community, to the inner cities. And a lot of people, and they blame a lot of politicians for trying to get involved in what's going on in the community, but not following up with policies and following up on the word. And that's one of the things that we saw Donald Trump do under the Trump administration. He was able to have some of the lowest unemployment for the African Americans, one of the lowest unemployment for Latin workers, some of the greatest average income increased to all-time highs for a lot of these demos. So President Trump was very beneficial to minorities in terms of getting them back to work and creating jobs. And that's one of the things right now that the Biden administration is struggling with, as far as getting people back to work. Maybe we incentivize so many people to stay home during COVID to get these stimulus checks and have not gone back to work. Perhaps you're like us and you've driven to various restaurants in different cities and different businesses. You've seen the impacts of people not getting back to work. There's a lot of restaurants that have very limited capacity. You've got businesses that have very limited services because they can't find people to get back to work because we're so used to staying home and getting a paycheck. And that is very destructive to our economy. We cannot simply just print money. That is what inflation does. When you have too much money and too few goods, it builds and grows the value of things, making it very expensive to buy. The printing money scenario is not the solution. Getting people back to work, creating jobs, and getting past COVID, getting these businesses back open. Now, we can talk about vaccine mandates. We can talk about the vaccine passports and all these things that's been in the news as of lately. And we've seen states like Texas, we've seen Attorney General Ken Paxton file lawsuit after lawsuit in terms of blocking these federal mandates to businesses over 100 or plus people employed. Now, what does that do to your healthcare workers, which I just saw online this morning, that he has filed suit to block that mandate in regards to healthcare workers. It's interesting how you go back about 14, 16 months ago, healthcare workers were our heroes, or our frontline heroes in fighting COVID, but now many of them find themselves potentially in the unemployment line due to the vaccine mandates that are pushed out by the Biden administration. That is seen to be one of the biggest topics also that we saw in the gubernatorial race there in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin won that race decisively because of his stance on not only school board and letting parents be more involved in their kids' education and getting the government necessarily completely out of what is mandated to our kids, but he also was pro-business, and he wanted to basically get the Commonwealth of Virginia open for business and get people back to work and get these mandates put aside to get people and companies willing to get people back to work. Because you can't do that when you have a good section of your employment base pushed to the side because of any of these vaccine mandate policies that could be in place to potentially eliminate their jobs. You might recall we were in Dallas about a month and a half ago outside the Southwest Airlines headquarters, basically supporting their rights to work and getting rid of the vaccine mandate that was to be implemented at that company potentially threatening thousands of jobs there. And we've seen what could happen if people decide that they don't want to go to work. And we saw that kind of that flu walkout, that protest that we saw in the airline industry about a month ago, and what effect that had on travel, on our economy, on business. And so that was kind of a foreshadowing part of what could happen during the holiday weekend. Now, mind you, some of those deadlines for that vaccine was to take place just days before Thanksgiving. Now, since that's been pushed off, thank goodness, but could you imagine the travel disruption that would happen if people were forced to walk away from their jobs in the travel industry? You're talking about flight attendants, you're talking about ground crew, pilots, air traffic control. All these people come together, and if you disrupt any of that, you have mass chaos in the transportation sector. Now let's go fast forward, or let's shift gears real quickly to our supply chain issues. You've got cargo ships, a record number of cargo ships off the coast of California right now with goods on those ships. Now they can't get them to the stores because there is a backlog of ships that need to be unloaded. Now that's due to a couple of things. Not only COVID, you got people out sick with COVID. You've got reduced staffs due to COVID. President Biden implemented this 24-hour port operation that I was told they already had in place, so they didn't need him to say open up 24 hours. They already were doing that. They don't have the people. They don't have the trucks. It is physically impossible to offload these cargo containers with the staff you currently have. These trucks are backed up, and a lot of these truckers got out of the industry because of the regulations that forced their trucks to be up to an EPA standard. So you got a lot of people stepping out of the business that are retiring, that have been in the trucking industry for years, are now getting out of that. So it is a mess. You got Pete Buttigieg, who is who's over the Department of Transportation. He has got a mess on his hands that I don't know how quickly or how long it's going to take to get back to normal. And that's why I keep saying, if you want to buy products, you got to go support people like Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. So go check it out there. You'll get your goods and services. We've been to the factory. We know exactly where they make them. We know exactly what happens there. So let us know in the chats. Make a comment. Share this post. What is one of your biggest concerns right now in this country? Is it the economy? Is it our southern border that is basically wide open? We've seen the Biden administration roll back all of the immigration policies that were put in place to control the border. We've seen what it happens when those are rolled back. We've seen the Border Patrol agents overwhelmed, having 10 to 14,000 immigrants underneath the bridge. We've seen the video. We've seen drugs crossing into our country. That's made its way up to throughout the country. I always tell people, no matter where you're watching us from, the border issue is not just a Texas border issue. It is a country issue. It will affect states like Wisconsin, like Michigan. So you got the southern border, you got the transportation issues, you got the economy, we got gasoline, we got healthcare, we've got foreign policy, we've got Afghanistan. There's a lot to process just over 10 months. And many of you right now are saying, how in the world could we potentially go another 3 years under this Biden administration? It has been so destructive, and we can only pray that the primaries next year we can go in the right direction and try to change some of the policies that are in place right now. And we got to just do our best with that. And it all starts also with election integrity, to make sure some of these states like Wisconsin, that Racine County just a couple weeks ago announced that there was election laws broken in this state. And I think what most people want is accountability, is to make sure that when laws are broken in states in terms of election, that there's accountability for that. We've seen it in Arizona, we've seen it in Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and there seems to be zero accountability for that. And that's one of the things that I know that conservatives has pushed forward to so much, is to make sure that we clean up what happened in 2020 so that we don't have that repeat itself in 2022, and as we look beyond to 2024, that we have fair and transparent elections. I think that's what we all want. Let me step aside. If you're now joining us, we are live here in Racine. I'm going back to Racine. It looks like the crowd has died down somewhat here. outside the courthouse here in Kenosha, but I don't know if that's going to be something that will reverse itself as we get closer to a potential verdict here later. I don't really know that. You know, the thing that's really interesting is that when you look at what's going on right now, and I saw that with the Supreme Court with the pro-life and pro-choice protests. It seems like a lot of times, just getting some news here, just reading my phone, so excuse me on this. Quote, 2 jurors are holding decision up outright, citing backlash per U.S. Marshal in Kenosha. They're worried about the media leaking their names and what will happen to the families, jobs, etc. That is coming out. So it seems like 2 jurors are holding up the decision. You know, we kind of thought maybe this thing wouldn't be as clear as we thought it would be in either way. I know the prosecution has been really criticized for the way they handled it and the way there are a lot of things that they were basically presenting to the jurors weren't actually in the best description. I'm just checking some notes here, folks, as we see things change. It's 4:35 here locally. A judge is planning to around 5 o'clock to address the jurors to talk about whether or not they want to continue tonight. His policy, quote, is he lets the deliberating jurors basically pick that. So we'll find out here in about 25 minutes where they're going to go from there. And also, this is just information I'm getting that 2 of the jurors holding up decision outright, citing backlash per the U.S. Marshal in Kenosha. So lots of things going on. It's a very volatile situation. A lot of emotions, as you can imagine. But what I was going to say earlier is you see a lot of anger from sides that are pro-choice. We saw that on the steps of the Supreme Court. They were very angry, and the pro-life people were very peaceful. Matter of fact, a lot of prayer broke out. I will say this: earlier today, we saw a press conference with community leaders that felt like that peace and prayer was needed in all of this, and healing. And I think that's very important to point out that that perspective is here. It's just not resonating the entire time here, but there is an element of that. And then you get a lot of foul language. Earlier when we came up here, there was a lot of F-bombs, a lot of shouting back and forth. That seems to kind of subside it right now, which is good. We don't want that, and I think that's not. It doesn't promote the cause at will to that. Like, he keeps saying he's going to take to the street to find the police, and I'm not quite sure exactly what he means by that. But taking to the street to find the police, it could be aggressive aggressive verbiage. I don't know what he means by that, but that's just something that we're hearing here on the ground. Kind of going through here real quickly, making sure I don't miss any details here. Let's see if we can swing this camera around, Joe. Let's show people this beautiful sunset that we have back behind us, back toward the west. On this night, it's kind of nice to see that in wake of so much angry discussion, so much emotion. And sometimes when you see a sunset like that, it just reminds you that God is in control, that life is beautiful, and that we all should be very thankful that we are alive right now. We have our health, we have our family, we have our friends. So let that sunset be a reminder of that. And not only that, but that you live in the greatest country in the world. Regardless of what you see here today, regardless of all of the messaging coming out from the steps of this courthouse, it's to remind you that we have the greatest country in the world that God created. And that sunset is a reminder of who it really is in charge. And I just wanted to point that out, because I know a lot of times watching a broadcast like this and hearing some of this rhetoric and reading the signs can kind of weigh on you a little bit emotionally, and it may anger you, may inspire you to get involved. And I've always said this as well. If you want to make a change in the world, you're better off doing that in your local community. We've had several people message the network and say, look, we have been inspired to go out and make a change in the world and get involved in local politics. And I said, hey, if you don't like what's going on in your community, step up, get involved, and make a difference. Your school board, your city council, run for mayor, wherever the case may be, get up and get involved and make a difference. And I know that perhaps President Trump inspired many people to get involved in politics. The Kari Lake, gubernatorial candidate, Trump-endorsed candidate out of Arizona, running for governor there in that state, walked away from a very successful media job and wanted to get involved in all of this and make a difference in her state. So that's exactly what she did. So I just encourage you guys to step up and make a difference in your world. It's 4:40 now. Let me see. We got about 20 minutes before we probably would know if what direction the jurors will go at this point, whether or not they're going to continue tonight or are they going to go off in tomorrow. That flag gives you an idea just how windy it is right now out here, and perhaps how cold it is, because the sun is down and we are up in the frozen tundra. So it is getting a little chilly out here tonight, but we're glad that you're joining us. And also let us know where you're watching us from. I said earlier about the international media here. It's always interesting to see exactly how many people watch us from all over the country and all over the world. So let us know where you're watching us. Tag your location and tag us and let us know exactly where you're watching us from. We certainly appreciate that. All right, just catching up on my on the Twitter feed here. See if there's any particular announcement here. I do want to make note. I want you to follow us on Rumble. We've seen that, we've seen firsthand how important Rumble has been to outlets like ourselves as far as streaming our content. So I encourage you right now to go, if you're not on Rumble, please go download Rumble to your phone, subscribe to our channel, and that's just another great platform to be able to watch us. And also the great Jason Miller over at Getter. Now Getter was created because to solve the shadow banning and the cancel culture that was going on right now to conservative viewpoints. So I encourage you to go to your app store, download Getter. It's a great social media streaming platform that allows you to share your opinions without risk of being canceled. So go download Getter as well, Gettr, and download Getter and be able to do that as well. Plus, go download our app on your Apple or Android store. That's another great way to take our broadcasts wherever you go. You can see Diamond and Silk, Red, White, and Truth with Mike Crispy. We have also a few. You can watch all of our past archives and stuff like that. I'm going to pan the camera aside, let you look at everything, give you an idea of who's here and what's going on today. We've seen the size of the crowd fluctuate throughout the day. It's gotten, I think, on the downside now, even though there's still quite a bit of people out here. Give you an idea of who's here. Now, our plan is, if there is no verdict tonight, our plan is to be back here tomorrow in anticipation of a verdict happening at that point. So just to let you know, that is the plan here as far as we're concerned. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't had one already, and that's just my personal opinion, is that while we haven't had a verdict already, but hey, I'm not a juror. I did consume a big portion of this trial. There was a lot of information to process. It's a very heated, you're talking about the fate of this young man is in the hands of these jurors, and it's a very difficult thing to do. So that is our plan, is to be here as long as we can and cover this. My guesstimate here, and it's just purely a guesstimate, is that if we do not get a verdict tonight, that would happen sometime tomorrow, and that's just my guess. So you might see it differently, but that's just the way I think at this point. I kind of like the vibe here now. We've got some music playing. It's not, when you hear 7-8 hours of continuous chant, it does get a little old. I got to be honest with you. We've covered a lot of rallies in our day and a lot of protest marches, and it does get a little old after a while to continually hear the same thing back and forth. I mean, we hear the same chants over and over and over again. So it's nice to have a little bit less of that going on. All right, let's see if they're making this. I guess something has gone down here. I'm going to see if I can pull this aside. To see what's going on here. As you can see, the wind has picked up quite a bit just since this afternoon, so it's okay. One of the things you hear quite often is the rhetoric of Colin Rittenhouse a white supremacist. That is something that we've seen and heard, not just here, but we heard President Biden label Rittenhouse a white supremacist, which I think is unfair, considering there's no evidence supporting that description. Now, they even have gone into his social media, they've gone into text message, and there's nothing there that supports the notion that Rittenhouse was a white supremacist, and he came down to Kenosha, or came up rather to Kenosha, to create, commit a crime of a shooting spree. Like there's nothing that supports that at all. If you recall from the evidence that were presented in court, that Rittenhouse came up and he was asked to come up and protect local businesses from the looting and rioting that was taking place. And so that's the reason why he came up from Illinois to Kenosha to do that. And on that night in August, late August, is when he got caught up in that altercation with minis and many people on the streets, and was chased essentially down the street, and that's when he fell and was attacked by a couple people, and we know what happens post then. But I think it's very irresponsible to label Kyle Rittenhouse as a white supremacist, and it seems like to be the majority. The biggest sentiment here, it's a racial thing. It's not even the fact that he had the right to protect himself. It's not even like a 2A issue. I haven't even heard a 2A issue. If you want to be honest with you, I haven't heard one person talk about our ability and our right to bear a firearm. It's been purely a racial issue here, that this is the difference between Rittenhouse as a white supremacist. That's been the biggest conversation here. I think that, and that's what's most disturbing about this. This is not a white, black, or racial issue at all. This is a right to defend himself through danger of any kind of bodily harm, and I think that's important to point out here, because I don't think it represents the case. This is not a racial case. This is not the George Floyd case. You don't have white police officers, which, mind you, we had black and Asian police officers involved in that case as well. But you don't have that element to this court case. It's purely amongst white individuals. So, and I was told offline that may be one of the reasons why you haven't seen a larger Black Lives Matter presence here, is because it really wasn't. It hasn't been racially motivated, or it wasn't involved other racial components to it. Although some claim they are. So it's confusing, I know, and sometimes you want to get to the root of why so many people are so angry, and that potentially could be it. Continue to monitor some of this stuff to make sure that we don't miss anything going on in the courthouse, because I do know that access to a lot of stuff that's going on is fairly limited. I know that we're outside the courthouse here, and we have limited access to find out exactly what's going on inside. But I'm just trying to keep up with stuff on our Twitter feed and on some other feeds that are covering this trial. Let me see if I jump on here real quick. See if we can't get more information for you as we go into the night. Sizable audience watching us, by the way. Thank you so much for watching us on whatever platform that you are. I've been getting numerous direct messages from viewers that appreciate us being here. And if you do appreciate us being here, there's one way that you can help us out, and that is to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Now, we've got great partners like Mike Lindell. We got great partners like the Simple Scrub. We had those guys on in Arizona, the Simple Scrub, thesimplescrub.com. Great company. We got those great partners. We also have partners like you right now, watching us at home, at your work, in your car, streaming us online. Thanks to your generous donations, we are able to cover events like this. So we want to thank you, the viewer. The reason why we do all of this is because of you. So if you feel led in your heart to donate to what we're doing, and when I say any little bit helps, that's exactly what I mean. Every little bit helps. Your $5 here, your $10 here, your $50 here, it all helps. So go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. And if you feel free to put a little something in the tip jar, we certainly appreciate that, as we are, greatly viewer supported. And we are probably one of the, I would probably say one of the only ones, if I'm not mistaken, that is viewer supported. So we appreciate all of your donations and all of your prayers too, because obviously we need all the prayers needed to get through all of this. So go to rsbnetwork.com/donate and donate what you can, and we appreciate all of it. I have noticed some media coming in and out of the courthouse here. Let me see if I can walk up the steps here, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. The doors here is where people have been coming in and out of the media. Now, the media setup is behind us in a field back by the other building here. So I know the courtroom is small. We've all seen the video. So it doesn't hold a lot of the media, so maybe they pop in for a little bit, get some notes, go back out to their affiliate camera set up there for news updates. So I just wanted to kind of give you an idea. We've got 3 doors here. Earlier, the protests have come up on the steps here. That's really when the police stepped in and had these protesters back up a little bit away from the doors. Probably a safety issue, I would think, at that. But that's one of the reasons why They came up. Beautiful courthouse. I know it's hard to see right now, but it is a very beautiful. See if we get a shot of that real quick. Don't know what the lights look pretty good up there. Beautiful building. Just a beautiful area, Kenosha. The buildings, the downtown around here is just a kind of a small town feel. If you're not familiar with Kenosha, it's about 40 miles south of Milwaukee and about equal distance, if not a little further north of Chicago. So it's definitely nestled right there between Chicago and Milwaukee, right along the Great Lake. And right now, my camera operator and myself are feeling the effects of some wind off that very cold lake that we have, which, by the way, the little retention pond that was in front of our hotel this morning was frozen over. So it gives you an idea just how cold it is already up here in the north. I was looking at some of my social media memories on Facebook, and we were out this time last year. We were in DC for an event, and it was freezing. And then I remember being in Michigan slightly after that, and it was freezing. So this is the time of year, folks. It gets cold up here north for sure. But we're glad to be here. Glad to be doing this. So to wrap up that donation, I just ask if you could please just go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and just donate what you can. And we appreciate all of your contributions, because we're not the major, mainstream media. We don't have gigantic financial backing to pull from. We're scrappy little conservative network that have really made a difference in the world because of you. If you look back at what we did during the 2016 presidential election, I believe Right Side was responsible for, and correct me if I'm wrong, on the upside of about 320 million views for President Trump. Now, we were there for President Trump when he didn't have anybody else broadcasting his rallies. He didn't have anybody else pushing out his messaging. It was us. It was Right Side. We were the first ones to the dance. And guess what, people? We love to dance, and we ain't going home. So we appreciate all of your donations over at rsbnetwork.com/donate. We appreciate it. But we are live here. We got some people here in front of us. The couple in front of us were just streaming. It was funny. They were just streaming our shows here, which is pretty funny. People watching us. Hey, you never know. Everyone loves us here. I would think, though, everyone loves us here. That's questionable, I guess, at one point. But we're glad that you're watching us right now. We're glad that you're here. And we certainly want to continue to bring you this coverage here. Hopefully, we will know around 5 o'clock what will happen. Let's just check a quick check of the time here. It's 4:57. Okay, per the judge's announcement here a while ago, about an hour ago, he said he was going to address the jurors at about 5 o'clock to see how long they want to continue tonight. So hopefully we'll get an idea whether or not they have a verdict tonight or they want to continue tomorrow. To be honest with you, when you look at this, the trial and just the long days that are involved in all of this, I'm always amazed that they're just not. I'm sure they are extremely tired. They've had weeks of this, long hours of this. So I can imagine being a juror and sitting through all of this every day, all day. So we'll find out what happens here in a few seconds. I want to remind you also, please follow us on all of our social media platforms, on Twitter, Instagram, Getter. Go follow us on Getter as well, Rumble, and of course YouTube. You follow us and subscribe to us rather there. You can subscribe to me and follow me as well on social media, Brian Glenn TV. Brian Glenn TV. We'll try to push out. I've got a lot of video that we shot today on my phone that I will push out later across our platform. But because of the internet restrictions here, because of the restrictions on my internet, some of my phone did not work. So I will try to push that out a little bit later So make sure you follow us on social media. It's so important that we stay engaged. Download our app as well. And our app. He's trying to... Hang on a second. They're going to make a little announcement here. I'm just curious what they have to say. I'm going to see if I can come up here real quickly. See what they have to say on this. Okay, they're doing some type of salute. Some type of gesture here. We've seen that a couple times today. The fist in the air, kind of the resist movement. And I've often said, I'm not sure what. Let me go up there and let's dip in and listen to the audio real quick.
Make some noise! Need justice now! Need justice now! Need justice now! Need justice now! Put your hands up, proud! What the nation saw today, what the world saw today, was black and white, brown, yellow, Muslim, Christian, Jews, working for one cause. Not just for white people, but for everybody in this nation. You got some patriots. You are the true change makers. Hold fast. We're going to have another prayer from Bishop Grant from Rainbow Push Coalition out of Chicago, the founder Jesse Johnson, my Uncle Jesse. And thank God for Big Brother Bishop being here and supporting the Blake family, now supporting Anthony and JoJo's family.
Great call for prayer here at the steps of the courthouse. And, you know, that was one of the things that we've seen is prayer. Prayer works, and that's one of the things that we've had here. That's right. And I think that's important to realize that we are all unified in Christ, and we must stay centered on what makes us together and gives us bond, and it is a unity in Christ, and that's what he's calling for right now. And I don't think anybody could disagree with that. You may disagree with them politically, you may disagree with them, some of their motives, but if we can find unity and common ground through fellowship, then I think that's making a step in the right direction. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that's just my thoughts on that. We've seen plenty of demonstrations, plenty of protests in our time, and we're just saying a prayer.
We know that they didn't die in vain. We know as long as they're alive in our hearts and in our spirit and our soul, we'll carry them everywhere we go. And we'll never forget what they meant to us and meant to their families. Touch their families right now as they sit through all of these proceedings. You promised never to leave nor forsake us. And we thank you for being who you are in our lives. Amen. Anthony and JoJo.
All right. Amen to that. And let's keep in mind, you know, we've got individuals, we've got families a part of this that are affected from this tragedy. I mean, it's not just a Second Amendment issue. It's not just a type of self-defense message. It is, we must understand that this tragedy affects a lot of people, family members, friends, family. It's something that we got to keep in mind. We just have to have them in our thoughts and prayers, and I think it's irresponsible to not pray for people involved in this situation here. I'm just reading over some notes here to make sure I'm not missing out on anything that's breaking right now. Earlier today, we did talk to Mark McCloskey. He spoke with me on the courthouse steps. I encourage you to go to our Twitter account, go to our Rumble account to be able to watch those comments. I was able to also engage in a pretty, I think, interesting conversation with a protester here with Mark McCloskey, who's running for state senate. So I encourage you to go back and look at that interview. He says, quote, when the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves. Now, of course, that's really supporting your Second Amendment right, and that's one of the reasons why he got into politics. As I asked him, one of the reasons why you decided to run was because of the fact that we must stand for a Second Amendment. Now, is there violations of a Second Amendment? Is there things that you can inherently do through that right and break the law? Absolutely. And if that does happen, obviously punishment warrants that. That's one of the reasons why Mark McCloskey got into politics, for that. So I encourage you to go follow us and watch that that story as well. I'm just going through some notes here to make sure. They're calling for a moment of silence to pray for some of the people here.
These people that share the same causes as me and want the same reactions that I want in this world to be a better place. I pray strength upon these activists and these people out here that care for a better society. I pray strength on their bodies and their nourishment for their souls. I pray that the trauma that they have is healed, because y'all don't really know the things that we go through. Half of us are on terrorist lists. Half of us are stalked. Half of us have criminal charges that half of us can't even afford, myself included. And I just want to pour strength into all my comrades and into my family, because y'all are all my family, whether I know you or not. And I pray for your safety. I pray for your sanctity. I pray for your well-being inside and out. I pray that God touches each and every one of us tonight, whether you have a difference of opinion or not. I pray we're gonna pray for those who don't know better for themselves. We're gonna pray for those who do know better. We're gonna pray for those who are weak and cannot be out here to support the causes that they want to support, whether they're on my side or not. We want to pray for the families that have been affected, Jacob Blake's family included, because none of this would be happening. There has to be a trail of events to cause actions, and that trail of events started with the murder of Jacob Blake. 7 shots.
7 shots in the back. 7 shots in the back.
That ain't right.
7 shots in the back.
That ain't right.
So I just want to thank God for bringing us all together, or whoever your higher power is that you pray to. Please thank him for bringing us all together and keeping us safe in this time, because last year around this time being outside wasn't too safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, another prayer here at the steps of the courthouse. I've said it again, you can't have enough prayer, especially in times like these. And like I said, despite any type of difference in political opinion, that should be put aside for the better of what we're doing right now. Just checking some different tweets and make sure that I'm keeping up to speed. It's 5:07 here local time in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We were anticipating some type of we got a judge says now he will poll jurors now to determine if deliberations will continue tonight. So that's going on right now. He is asking the jurors if they want to continue tonight. So hopefully we'll find out here shortly whether or not we're going to have some type of conclusion here today, or this will be pushed into tomorrow. And if that's the case, we will be live here outside the courthouse when that continues tomorrow. So we've been out here pretty much all day. We've seen the crowd consistently be about the same throughout the day. It peaks at times, and I would imagine that has to do with people having other obligations to go to, the work, the job, whatever. But we've seen it. We've seen some people be out here consistently all day. This is kind of what they do. Let's see. Just making sure I don't miss any information coming out of here. It's a lot going on. We're going to let our corporate office as well continue to help monitor the situation, to update us here on the ground so that we know exactly what is taking place in the courthouse, so that we have all the information needed to relay that over to you. Noticed now that it's past 5 o'clock, I notice a lot of traffic now in the local area. A lot of people getting off work, driving through here. I'll still say it. I can't believe the streets open in front of the courthouse, as it's busy. And you've got a lot of people crossing the roads here. All right, let's see. Also, I want to let everybody know that we'll be live after this at 7 o'clock for the Lindell exclusive interview with President Trump at 7 o'clock. So starting at 7 o'clock, we're going to be live for the Lindell interview. That's exclusively on Rumble now. Let's be real clear. If you want to watch that interview that Lindell had with President Trump, that's going to be available at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 Central, on Rumble. So stay tuned for that. But hey, after this broadcast, feel free to jump on and buy some pillows, right? Hey, buy some flannel sheets. If I lived up north, I can tell you one thing: I'd have flannel sheets in my bed for sure, and those nice, comfortable slippers. So go put some of those on as well. So don't miss that. I saw snippets, some teasers of that interview earlier that Mike Lindell did with President Trump from Mar-a-Lago. Good stuff there. So definitely tune in for that at 7 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Rumble. Checking some of the other headlines making news today. I know we've had, when you look at the economy, a lot of people have been speculating about not only this hyperinflation catching up to us. You've got the dollar devaluating on that. The cost of goods going up. No matter where you're watching us right now, you're paying substantially more for fuel, for gas, for heating your homes, especially as we go into winter. Groceries. It's kind of a mess here economically, and I don't see that correcting anytime soon. And that was one of the things that under President Trump was doing great. I mean, we had growth in our economy. We had growth in our gross domestic product. We had record unemployment numbers. We had record average incomes up across the board. We had that under the Trump administration, and it didn't take very long once the Biden administration took over to see some of the effects of their globalist policies that have really affected the everyday American. And to see Jen Psaki and others in the Biden administration openly almost seem to care less that this might be one of the most expensive Thanksgiving holidays as far as from a consumer standpoint to buy things, and really from a holiday shopping season. This is something that it does affect the average American family. Sure, Wall Street has had an incredible year. I mean, an incredible run. And of course, they did as well under the Trump administration. And so far, Wall Street has been well. But if you look at Main Street, they're struggling. People are struggling to make ends meet. People are struggling to put food on the table. And that's one of the things that I think we need to be mindful of as we move forward as far as saving and making sure that we are mindful of the fiscal policies that are continually to be pushed out by this administration, whether it deals with taxes, whether it deals with tariffs on goods coming from China, which ultimately pushes up the price in the stores. So this is definitely one of the things that we need to keep an eye on. I know that the California, with the gas prices being as high as it is, it's really hard to try to. It's interesting to try to. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, well, they're ripping up her sign here. I don't know if that necessarily well. Okay, so that's okay. So the protesters here have ripped up her sign. Yeah, and so I wouldn't. All right, well, that certainly played out right in front of us. All right, so you know what? She's been out here all day, and she's been one of the most peaceful. I'm just dropping in on this to see what they're saying. So anyway, I will say this: that individual has been out here since we got here. I can't tell you that she was remotely from confrontational. She stood her ground, got attacked many times verbally in her face, and you saw what just happened, taking her sign and ripping it up. And it's really a shame that someone in 2021 cannot hold a sign up and in this day and age without getting attacked. So it's unfortunate that happened, but that's the state of our country right now, is you can't hold a sign up without getting ripped up. And of course, the gentleman's picking it up, as we appreciate him doing that.
Black Lives Matter, by the way, and I'm doing this for her. She was BLM.
Yeah, and it was great. I was just saying how peaceful, her right to stand out here with the sign. I mean, I
was talking to her earlier. She has every right to do that. It's just someone wanted to cause trouble. That's it.
I understand.
We could be on different sides of things.
I said that earlier.
Fine. And I came up there to make sure she was okay. So
that's fine. And
you shouldn't have to deal with that.
I agree. And I said this earlier. You were very genuine and very pleasant the entire time we've been here. And it's unfortunate that happened to her. But that's. I mean, guys, that's the political state we have right now. Let me see if I can get up front. There's some people.
Nothing pretty anymore.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's see if I can get up here. Okay, we have a sign up here that says a lot of things are going quite well. Man holding up a sign. Let's see if we can't get some dialogue going on here. I know this is a young lady that we spoke to earlier. I'm just curious to see why. I know you're not going to be able to see me, Joe, but you can probably hear me.
Watch out for your pineal gland, dude. Watch out for your pineal gland.
I do.
Is it calcified? You don't use fluoride, do you? You don't believe in fluoride either? Spell fluoride.
What does that have to do with
Okay, I don't know what they're talking about. They're getting into something that I don't understand. Talking about fluoride. I have no idea what they're talking about. I want to know exactly why this sign was ripped up. It's been relatively peaceful at this point. It doesn't matter what your opinion is. It's all recognized, and I think everyone has a right to an opinion. I really want to know what his definition of a white supremacist is. Maybe I can go get that for him, because I really want to see if he can read some history books. And I keep hearing that. Okay. They're doing the whole chant with Anthony and JoJo. It seems like some of these people, they get their information from a headline somewhere without all of the the facts of something, and it's very disruptive. And I think that's one of the misinformations, one of the things that this country is really struggling with. Is a lot of the misinformation that leads people in the wrong direction with their messaging. It's interesting that holding up a sign is considered a triggered event, right? If you've got a sign that doesn't have the messaging that you agree with, then someone just wants to take it and rip it up. That's where we're at. All right, it's 5:19 here in Kenosha. I know the judge was planning on basically making a determination if the jurors would continue to deliberate tonight or if they would take a break until tomorrow. We'll see if that see what the results. They are chanting, "We are ready for change." I think it's interesting that we elected this country, duly racially diverse. We elected a African American president 2 times in this country. I see that being major change, obviously for historical reasons. I think it's interesting to point out sometimes when people say resist, I'm not quite sure what they're resisting because of the fact that the messaging coming out of a lot of the mainstream media, a lot of the social media, a lot of the Hollywood, the political television, movies, they control the narrative. The narrative is their agenda. So when I see people that say, I want to resist, I don't know what they're resisting because they pretty much control everything. And when they want change, I'm a little confused on that as well because we've had plenty of change. All right, just checking some notes here. Looks like we got a great audience watching us right now across our social media platforms. Big shout out to Getter, Jason Miller. We've had him before the air with us to talk about why he created that social media platform to be able to push out different political thoughts being protected. We want to give a shout out for Getter for what the success they've had, Jason Miller and his team putting a great platform together that allows conservatives to speak online without being shadow banned. I know that we've experienced that across the network. I've experienced that across the network. Many of you as well as being a part of that whole cancel culture. And that is something that is very difficult to push out information when your account is constantly being suppressed and they don't get that message out. That's why it's important that you download our app. So I want to encourage everybody to still go to your Apple, your Android store, download our app, have it on your phone. You can take us anywhere you can go. That's one way to stay informed. Plus Rumble. Rumble's great. Rumble's a great platform as well. So subscribe to Rumble. But shout out to Getter tonight for pushing this stream out and promoting what we're doing here on the steps. Because if I was to look around, I don't see, other than obviously the mainstream media being out here, I don't see a lot of other conservative independent journalists. I see a lot of, I guess, independent people out here covering this, but what you would see as far as some of the most popular conservative news outlets, we're here, and we're the only ones. I'm very surprised by that, being the gravity of this case and just how big and how many eyeballs are on it right now. I'm really surprised that we are the only ones. And so, hey, that leaves me, if you want to donate, if you want to contribute to our company, you can do that. We're partially viewer supported. We have great patriots like Mike Lindell and the Simple Scrub, but we want you to feel free to go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, and just give what you can, because every little bit helps us with this effort that we have of trying to push conservatism and keep you up to date to what's going on. Because, I mean, the last time I checked as well, the mainstream media didn't show a lot of what was going on outside this courthouse. I mean, you can watch the trial all day long, but it doesn't give you an idea of what's happening outside. Now they're talking about going to the streets to find the police. Now, I think that's a very interesting. They want to get in the streets, so they're saying let's get in the streets. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because are they going to block the street? Let's see if they're going to block the street and see what happens. I've said this from day one. I think that street needs to be shut down, because you're going to get what you have right here. You're going to get a group of people walking down the center of a busy street and conjugating in the middle of the street. Now you're going to have a potential of these cars coming through here. Now the lights are red right now, but it could be a I don't know. It could be an interesting situation. This is what I did not want to happen here. Is this street being open for this type of activity with cars on it? But hey, I'm not in charge of that. Anyway, so I'd say a good group of people, maybe 25 people, walking just to the corner here. How far they're going to go, I don't know. But they are certainly taking this down the street. Now, perhaps they have kind of maybe given up as far as getting any kind of update on any events coming out of the courthouse. But nevertheless, they're walking in some direction right now, moving on down the street. So, hey, let them go for a cold walk right now. That's exactly what they're going to get as they walk down the street. Currently outside behind me, there may be just a dozen or so people here behind me that's still here. The majority of those people, media still standing around here, obviously monitoring the situation here, as you would expect. Local time here, 5:28. 28 minutes past the hour. Expected to get some type of update from the judge here, whether or not they're going to wrap up today's deliberations and continue tomorrow, or perhaps they're going to go a little bit later tonight. Yeah, I was just listening into a journalist asking the question. She was told 5:30 they would make some type of announcement. So let me see if I can. So we'll see. I'm trying to get a little bit more information. Okay, so I just heard the potential announcement at 5:30. Of course, it's just about 5:30 now. So we'll see what takes place on that. Okay, I'm hearing that. So we're hearing that they're going to go up until about 6 o'clock, and then at that point the judge would make a determination whether or not to go any further. So we got another half hour to wait on that decision. Of course, they've been going since 9 a.m. this morning on this, and these long days are absolutely brutal to the courtroom. And I can imagine, like, that's a lot of information to process. I mean, folks, this is a murder trial, if you will. A lot of information, a lot of emotions. We've had some very interesting testimony. We've had the prosecution pick up an AR-15 and aim it towards the jury, and an act of almost showing intimidation of what it might look like. The prosecution being many times criticized for some of their tactics and some of the language that's been used in the trial. And early on, the prosecution was really criticized to the point where it looked like the case was lost, and that they did not do an adequate job of showing intent to kill and basically a misuse and reckless use of a firearm. And a lot of mainstream, I mean, on both sides of the political aisle, were very open about that. It wasn't until final arguments yesterday that I saw any type of positive feedback in terms of the prosecution's approach and what they decided. Their closing statements. Now, I did hear some criticism that the prosecution would put, quote, someone to sleep. I thought that was very interesting, that it should be a very animated, it should bring your best foot forward as far as the evidence that you have, and that it should be, at that point, now the defense, throughout this whole entire case, has been pretty rock solid on providing evidence and justification of Rittenhouse's use of the AR-15 in the event. Has been done a fairly good job of discrediting some of the evidence brought forward, of saying, proving a few uses of some technology. As far as video supported evidence, have called them out on that. So it's been back and forth. It's been a very interesting trial to follow, and it's going to be interesting to see. And I don't know if you want to read into it that the deliberations have been this far, have gone on this far. I don't know if we can necessarily take away anything from that. That it has not been relatively efficient day today in deliberations. I know that many of us thought that we would see some type of verdict sooner than later, and the fact that it has been later, I don't know if that's a good thing necessarily if you're looking for a not guilty verdict, or if you're looking for a guilty verdict. So I can't read into that. I know that a couple times the jurors have asked the judge to clarify on a couple of things, and of course they don't let you know exactly what they want clarification on, but they have asked the judge to come in and provide a little bit of feedback on some clarification on something, because you got to figure there's 5 counts. They dismissed 2 of the counts from Rittenhouse, so now it's down to 5 counts, and we've heard the defense say that if you feel like count 1 was a justifiable use of force to defend yourself, then the rest of them are dismissed at that point, because it's irrelevant that if deadly force was justified, if you felt like his life was in danger, then the rest of them simply annulled and void. And so the fact that it hasn't been concluded as quickly as we thought it would be, maybe that's still up for discussion, and obviously it is, or we'd have a verdict right now. But this is certainly a huge case. I know a lot of communities around the country right now are trying to, a lot of communities that have felt the effects of the riots and the protests back in 2020, the summer of 2020, during that presidential election. That was one of the things that was one of the most heated topics. If you recall, we had a presidential election going on, a campaign going on. We had the rollout of COVID for the most part. You had the whole mask discussion going on. I remember that was when they first tried to mandate all of the masks and things like that. So you had COVID, you had businesses shut down, and you had these protests that really stemmed off the George Floyd and a few other very social-based cases that were going around with the police. It was pretty much a anti-police, defund the police type of movement. That's what spawned a lot of these protests. So today kind of represents the fact that if you live in one of these communities that's been affected or is going to be affected by any potential protest or rally that goes through your neighborhoods, goes through your businesses, your downtown, if there's any type of destruction to personal property, whether it be your home, your business, or yourself, do you have the rights to defend yourself? And that is kind of what's up for debate today, and what level of threat has to be posed to you in order to justify deadly force. Let's pan the camera around. We've got this group that's just kind of looks like they just kind of made a circle around the street here. They're making the way back to the courthouse here. So just a brief trot around the block. Obviously, if you're just now joining us, we are live outside the Kenosha courthouse here, where 99.999% of the people here are pushing for a guilty verdict in this case. That's why they're here. That's why they're vocal. That's why the signs are made, the chants. They're talking about Anthony and JoJo, two victims. I mean, they're pretty vocal about that. We have found obviously a few people that feel like we have seen several people here that are very much think that Rittenhouse should be found not guilty in self-defense, feeling that he was to his life. So that's the situation here. We will continue to keep an eye on what's going on inside. We have limited resources at this point to get a lot of the information going inside, because it's not streamed out here. So other than jumping on our phones and checking the streams and checking the information, we'll get it when we get it. We'll send it over to you, obviously, on that. But we're glad you're joining us. If you're looking ahead for programming, if you're involved in the pro-life movement, there is a wonderful event going on December 1st at the steps of the Supreme Court. Priests for Life, Father Frank Pavone will be there alongside with this, as the Dobbs case that's come out of the state of Mississippi will be up for discussion. And of course, that pushes to a greater discussion of Roe versus Wade. So if you're involved and that's something you pray about as far as a pro-life movement, then I encourage you to follow us on December 1st, live from Washington, D.C. at the steps of the Supreme Court. We'll be live there as well. You can always go to our app and our website, rsbnetwork.com, for a complete update on where we intend to go next, as we kind of expand a little bit beyond the political spectrum, more into the judicial and policy making. Of course, we are a big fan of America First candidates, and anybody that is endorsed by President Trump is someone we want to promote, and that's one of the reasons why we got behind Kari Lake, and we've promoted some of the events she's had in the great state of Arizona. And of course, Arizona has got so much going on in that state in terms of election integrity. We've seen the audit situation there. We've seen the push for full forensic audit in Arizona, and Arizona became ground zero for the election in 2020, and that was one of the states that had so much called on there as far as being, any kind of voter discrepancy going on in the state of Arizona. So that's the reason why we do that as well. And of course, we were out there for the Virginia gubernatorial race there in Virginia with Glenn Youngkin. We were there for election night with Terry McAuliffe. Very heated race we had there as well. That wasn't called until late into the night, maybe around 1 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. It was a very long day for us as well. Tomorrow, I just saw that we're going to be, regardless of the outcome tonight, we'll be out back here live tomorrow covering all of this. So, that's one of the things that we pride ourselves in. We want to make sure that we get all this information to you exclusively. And of course, we are one of the few conservative outlets that are out here right now covering this for you. And the mainstream media, yes, they're here, they're inside doing the trial, but a lot of people say, well, what's going on outside? What's going on the streets? And so we're happy to be out here providing this information for you. Getting back to America First candidates, I know Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, two really well-known America First candidates that have been out there pushing for not only election integrity, but pushing for America First, pushing that that we start to once again focus on Americans and what's important to us. And we saw exactly what happens when we get away from those America First policies, is that we open the door for more of a globalistic approach to things. And of course, if you look at our southern border and the immigrants coming up, and let me be really transparent here. I don't know a single conservative, a single Trump supporter, if you will, that is against immigration. We are all for legalized immigration. It's what made this country the greatest country on earth. I said, but what I think that we all can agree upon is illegal immigration, and the way it's been going on right now is not healthy for a country. Not having a border is not defined as your country. If we're going to be a very sovereign nation, we have to establish our borders and enforce our immigration policies. And that's one of the things that the Biden administration has not done. And that's why we've had, I want to say, 1.4 million illegal immigrants enter this country that we know of. There's a lot of, quote, gotaways that are in our society that we don't know about. And of course, we all want people coming here from all walks of life. And that, like I said, that's what made this country the best country in the world. But we must be mindful of controlling our borders and ensuring the safety of Americans. Not only it's an economic problem, it's a drug problem as well, as fentanyl and other very destructive drugs are making their way across our borders. And who's getting rich in all of this is the drug cartels, the human trafficking that happens at our border as these people have migrated through many parts of the world. They've been, once they get to Mexico, let it be known that the only pathway to this country is by a drug cartel. I mean, they control the flow of immigrants coming into our country. So they're the ones that are getting rich in all of this. And so it is, obviously that fuels drugs. I mean, drugs is one source of revenue, and of course you got human trafficking as the other. So you got the southern border wide open. We've got the economic turmoil. We've got gas prices that are absolutely insane right now. I know the state of California, the average price of a gallon of gas is about $1.86 a gallon across other portions of the country, well into the $3.30, $3.40 a gallon price range. That is pushing the cost of goods. And as you guys have seen, beef prices, chicken, poultry, vegetables, fruits and vegetables, grains, all those things are much higher because obviously those truckers are going to pass the increased fuel cost on to the consumer. Now, if you want to look at hyperinflation going on, we're not necessarily seeing the wages increased. The average salary, the average pay for the average American is not going up. It's not increasing. So you have a situation where the cost of goods and services is going up, but not necessarily wages. And so at the same rate. So you have a situation that over time can really weigh on the average citizen in this country. So you've got that. If you take a look at the infrastructure bill that Biden signed just days ago, of course, it is somewhat of a reduced version of what was originally proposed. And of course, the very progressives push for a much bigger infrastructure deal that dealt a lot with climate change, a lot of issues. And I've even seen the most, I guess, stretch of linking gender equality to climate change. And that's one of the things I just trying to put those two together. Not sure how that is connected, but they are trying to deal with climate change. Now, if you ask the average American, I would think that you will find that if you ask the typical American, is climate change a top 5 concern? I'd be willing to bet that they would say that it's not. I don't think climate change is a big concern. I don't think the threat of white supremacy is a major concern to the average American. I think that the fact that this white supremacy notion that's pushed so much in our culture today is a narrative that only is meant to divide our country and not necessarily, it's not necessarily any type of relevant topic that is concerning and holding anybody back in this country. We've seen the advancement of minorities in our country to a level that we've never seen before. We've had a duly elected black president that was overwhelmingly voted for a majority of white voters. So that notion that America is systemically racist just falls flat on that. You can say that there's racism in America, but it's unfair to say that America is racist. I think that we have come an extremely long way since the 50s and 60s to a day and age where opportunity for all races, you have a chance for that. The judge is live right now. We'll find out exactly what he is talking about right now. He is making an announcement right now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and toss it inside. We'll get the inside audio from inside the courtroom. Let's take a listen.
Okay. You're in the first class seats now. All right. I understand that you wish to break for the evening, which is certainly your prerogative. You're in charge at this particular point. And I also understand that I was told that I'm not clear on whether you decided you wanted to come back at 9 or if that was conveyed to you that that's what we wanted. But I'm going to take a vote just to make sure. How many want to report at 9? Okay. That makes it easy. And so we're going to break for the evening. Now, you're in deliberation, and the rules are the same as they were before, with the additional provision that you can't talk with anybody about the case, even if all 12 of you, by happenstance, end up at the same place, a bowling alley or a restaurant or something. You're not allowed to talk about the case, even with all 12. And when you get here in the morning, if you come a little early or somebody's late, and there are 11 of you or 10 of you or whatever, you can't talk about the case. The only way you can talk about the case, any aspect of the case, is when all 12 of you are together in the jury room. So please keep that in mind. Don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. No talking with anybody who's not involved in the trial. Any question, anybody? All right, thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening.
All right, we just got the announcement that the judge has dismissed for the rest of the evening. Of course, that started at 9 a.m. here, local time. Now, the judge has announced it to be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. At that point, maybe the jurors are still deliberating, or maybe shortly after that, that they could have an announcement and a verdict at hand. So we appreciate you guys watching us today. As a reminder, go follow us on all of our social media platforms, on Twitter, Facebook, Rumble, Getter, YouTube, of course. You can follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV across the board. I'll post up later when I get to a little bit more internet secure area. I've got some images and some sound bites from earlier today from talking to some of the protests here that you see back behind me. I also want to thank our partner for the day, Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. It's never been more important to support patriots like Mike Lindell when it comes to election integrity and to fighting for America and putting America first. Liz Willis and myself had the opportunity to go to his factory there in Minnesota and do a first-hand look on just how he makes the world's most comfortable pillow. It makes a great gift. I encourage everyone right now to go to mypillow.com, put that promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll get up to 66% off your entire order. Go check out the Giza sheets. Go check out the flannel sheets. Go check out the slippers. It's all right there, and we want to make sure you support him. Go to mystore.com. Don't forget that promo code RSBN, and you'll get up to 66% off your entire order. The chance will still probably continue tomorrow, or throughout the night, I should say. We'll be back here tomorrow as well. Hopefully, we have some type of closure on this case. The emotions are high. We've heard both sides. We've heard both people express their concern of why they're here today and why this case means so much to them. And we certainly want to appreciate everyone's viewpoint in regards to this trial. I think it's important for us to always remember that we do stand for your freedom of speech. We do stand for your right to your opinion, and we want to continue to have that ideal instilled in us. So there might be things that you hear across our airwaves that we can control and some things that we can't control, but we want you to know that we are for free speech here. Now, we want to make sure everyone's voices are heard. You can make up your own mind whether or not you agree with it, but I do think it's important that we instill those journalistic integrity of letting people have free speech. They're saying basically wrapped up for tonight. They're probably going to be exiting this area. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, the judge will be back here at 9 a.m. We will continue our coverage here on the ground in Kenosha. Until next time, goodbye. God bless. We'll see you back here tomorrow.